Me too? All right. But you know what's interesting? You know, and what he that he's part of it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the annual meeting of the town of Bristol. This is the 205th year that the town of Bristol has been in existence. I used to give what number annual meeting it was, but then got into somebody said, well, you can't count the first year because that was just the incorporators and not everybody. So I don't actually know what number meeting it is, but it is the 205th year. We'll begin today, as we usually do, with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to call upon Karen Colby if she would come down and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you could just remain standing, we'll just do a brief invocation. Here we are at town meeting, a yearly ritual with roots that reach back before the American Revolution. Town meeting has always been a time to look ahead, to appropriate money for prospective needs, to make proposals for the development of the community, to provide for the security and welfare of our children and neighbors so they may have a prosperous future in pursuit of their happiness. Town meeting has been traditionally held at this time of year, at the end of winter and before spring planting, when the maple sap has begun to run and the spring flowers have begun to poke their little green heads out of the newly thawed earth, when the days get longer and the sun gets stronger. Yes, this is a time to look ahead, a period of optimism as we look forward to green grass, leaf-filled forests, and summer warmth. Indeed, this is a time for hope, a time to be joyful, a time to relish the change in seasons and to make plans for the year to come. May we embrace that spirit of hope while we are here today at our meeting. Regardless of opposing opinions, may we all be joyful in the way we conduct ourselves today. May we show respect for others, regardless of differences. May we hear the voices of others just as we want ours to be heard. May we all do our best to do what we believe is in the best interest of our community. May our choices today be wise and just, and may the future citizens of Bristol look back on what we did today and believe that our decisions made their lives better. For this we aspire, hope, and pray. Amen.
Amen.
Just as before we begin, I do want to note that there are refreshments available today. It's the freshman class, the class of 2027 here at the high school. They have refreshments. They have grilled cheese, hot dogs, brownies, cookies, and a variety of other things, all sorts of drinks down there. And you should take advantage of that today. We begin with introductions. I'm going to start at this table over here. If I could have everyone introduce themselves this morning.
Cheryl Herbert, Deputy Tax Collector, Town Clerk. Christina Goodwin, Town Administrator.
Sean Hughes, Select Board. Carol Brown, Select Board.
Austin Meadows, Select Board.
Scott Sexton,
And then to my left.
Paul Regan, Budget Committee Chair.
Ciudadano, Budget Committee, Vice Chair.
Buzz King, Budget Committee. Joel Ware, Budget Committee.
And I note that our town clerk Rima is in Ireland today, and we are pleased to have Cheryl here to act as our town clerk today and take our minutes. Just as we begin today, just to go over the rules, and I think as everyone probably knows to begin with, the only people who are entitled to participate in today's meeting are registered voters within the town of Bristol. Those are the only people who are entitled to speak or to vote here today. We do make and I guess what I'm going to do is have anyone who is not a registered voter just raise their hand so we can see who they are. Okay? Thank you. You can put your hands down. We do ordinarily make an exception for the heads of departments within the town because often there are questions that come up. So if it comes when it comes time and there's issues with regard to the fire department, we may call upon the chief, and unless there's some objection, we're going to have him speak here today, and the same with Mark Buckland as well, or Christina. And we also have counsel here today. Sean Tangway is the town counsel, and he's here today as well. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the warrant articles in order today. We'll take a motion and a second. The person making the motion will have the opportunity to speak first, and then we'll open it up to questions and comments. And we'll allow everybody to speak. And it's been my practice in the past, if you come here to town meeting and you want to speak on an article, you should have that opportunity. So I won't take a motion to close debate until everyone has had an opportunity to speak at least once. If you're going to speak, you need to come to the microphone so that you can be recorded. All questions or comments need to be directed to the moderator. You need to speak loudly enough so people can hear. And when you come to the microphone, you need to identify yourself. You should also identify the street that you live on here in the community. If you have, there are a number of articles, there may be amendments on those articles. If you do have an amendment, then the amendment needs to be in writing. So if you're thinking of doing that, you should put your pen to paper right now and get it ready. Your amendment should be in writing. What I advise you under parliamentary procedure, under Robert's rules, you can't speak and then decide after you've spoken that you want to make an amendment. If you want to make the amendment, you need to motion for the amendment and then speak to your amendment after that. You need to be polite, of course, no profanity, keep to the subject matter. No personal comments. You know, you can be critical of town government, but you need not make it personal. And we certainly appreciate it when people are succinct and get to the point. We take a motion to, when we think everybody's had an opportunity to speak, at least once, we'll take a motion to close the debate, and at that point in time, we'll vote. Generally, we try to vote by voice vote when we can. If we can't distinguish with the voice vote, then we will generally what we try to do is have just a show of hands, and we'll count hands. Or if it's requested, or if it's necessary, or it's requested by a sufficient number of people, we'll have ballot vote. And the ballot votes are fine, and if they're requested, we'll do them. They do take a lot of time. You should be advised of that. My role here as moderator is to be fair and to be efficient, which I will do my best to do. I can screw up, and so if I do, you need to let me know, and that won't hurt my feelings at all, because I want to make sure that everything's done right. At the end of the day, I want you to leave here, and you may not agree with the results, but when you leave here, I want you to say it was fair. With regard to my voting, I'm going to vote with the body. On ballot votes, I'll vote with the body. I'm not going to vote to break a tie or to create a victory for anyone. Okay, and with that, I don't know if we have some dedications in the town report. I didn't know if anybody wanted to speak to those.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today. As you've all seen in the annual report, the selectmen made the decision to dedicate this year's town report to Ron Preble. We all know Ron, and the article is very well written and gives a real good sense of why the select board chose Mr. Preble for that honor. Personally, I can tell you, Ron is one of the people that I have looked to over the years in terms of their dedication to the town and how they do it in a quiet, steadfast manner. So I am grateful for the service that Ron has done for the town. Christine. Yeah. Thank you. Also, special recognition. We wanted to, in memorial to Bob Patton, Barbara Greenwood, and Sergeant Barry Tanner, who all passed away since our last town meeting. I could talk forever about the dedication that these folks gave to the town, whether it's fire service or working behind the scenes to get signatures or making phone calls and being the point person for various projects in town. I have a special place in my heart for Barbara, and I'll miss her. The town select board did decide to dedicate the town office building in memory, to rename the town office building honorarily in Barbara's name. And again, special recognition to Sergeant Barry Tanner and Mr. Bob Patton. We also wanted to recognize some folks who did some real due diligence for the town and really above and beyond. First, we wanted to recognize Denise DeStefano. Denise has given countless years of her energy and experience on various town boards and has provided the town with such a wealth of knowledge and helped us out over various times in the land use office and helping get folks up to speed and training, and just has been ever present in the town. Also, a Herculean effort to redo the personnel policy. We had a subcommittee to work on that this year, actually probably over the last 2 years, year and a half, which is as dry and sometimes boring as it sounds, but nevertheless, they did a ton of work to put that in front of the selectmen to update the personnel manual, and we really appreciate all of their efforts. Yep. And while I'm here, Mr. Moderator, if I have a second, we do want to specifically recognize the department heads or their representatives that are here today. They will be helping us with a lot of the questions that you folks will have. Of course, we have our town administrator, Christina Goodwin, assessing land use, Joanne Bailey. There she is, thank you. Highway Department, Mark Buckland. Water Sewer, I saw Jeff Chartier, thank you. Fire and Emergency Services, Chief LaRoche is here this morning. And Police Chief Chris Bean was not able to attend today, but Lieutenant Woodward is here to answer all of your questions. Come out from hiding there, Tim. There you are. Thank you. And our town clerk, tax collector, as mentioned, is taking a well-deserved vacation. Did not want to miss today, but unfortunately is. But Cheryl Herbert is here today to do those duties, and we really appreciate that. Our Welfare Services, Ingrid, is here this morning, and Patricia Hayward, our semi-new librarian, who's doing a great job, is here as well. So thank you all.
Thank you, Sean. We will now begin our work today. The first item of business, of course, was Article 1, which was the election of officers. That took place last Tuesday on March 12th. And you made your selections with regard to who you want to do the work for your community. In addition to that, there were land use articles, and you acted on all of those. All of those articles passed, by the way. So that brings us to our business today, which begins with Article 9. It's a petitioned article. Shall the following provisions pertaining to elections be adopted? All voting shall be by paper ballot, and all ballots shall be hand-counted only, rather than by use of optical scanning or any other types of programmable electronic counting devices. This shall constitute a return to hand-counting ballots and the immediate discontinuance of all electronic voting machines and electronic devices authorized for use by trial in RSA 65640. Shall this article be passed, it shall be enacted by the town of Bristol immediately. Majority vote required. And is there a motion? Moved by John Sellers, and is there a second? And who is that? Excuse me? Ernie Richards, I'm sorry. Seconded by Ernie Richards. And John, do you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. John Sellers, Bristol, 39 Briar Hill Road. Regarding this article, it's come across many people's minds as far as the issues we're having with machines these days, especially computer issues and stuff. And I just want to bring up, as far as going back to hand counting, a couple of points I want to bring up is, one is the transparency. It has nothing to do against the people that do the count. Right now, the machine, you put a ballot in, it will actually just count the ballot and the votes of that ballot. All right, where we go to hand counting, the person will look at each ballot, will actually count each race as it's in there on the ballot, and so and make that mark accordingly. So it takes hands-ons to see this. I have been a recipient of a recount a couple different times, and one of them I've noticed that there are errors that are made, machine and by person both. But I also see in the ballots themselves when you go to the recount, and sometimes you need to have physical eyes on the ballot because the intent of the voter, you can see that they wanted to mark something, or they meant to, or they did, but they maybe didn't color it dark enough, so the machine didn't read it. All right, so sometimes you have that. I've seen ballots where the voter will actually take and on the Republican or Democrat ticket, they actually draw a whole line right down it. And instead of filling the oval like it tells you to, they'll just draw a line, or they'll just put a little dot in that oval. And the machine sometimes can read and gets that, but sometimes it does not get that right. So that's where the eyes, the physical eyes, will make a difference in seeing the intent of the voter. As far as hacking goes, we know machines get hacked, all right? They can easily be hacked. Facebook was hacked. Newfound School District right here was hacked. And I'm sure machines in the future will be hacked, all right? So it does happen. And of course, it can be in many ways. It can be actually by hardware itself. It could be built into the chips, into the circuitry, depending on what's going on. So the software embedded in programs. In our case, we use EEPROMs, all right? These are erasable, programmable, read-only memory chips that are actually programmed each election for us to use. And again, that's a program, so you can set it up to say you read the ballot in such a way. It can also be hacked by remote access, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, cellular. In our case, our machine doesn't do that today. But the machines of the future would possibly be able to get connected by one of these means. And this last summer, I had the chance of being down in Concord and seeing the 3 different machines that they were looking at. And they allowed you about 1 hour, and there were about 30 or 40 of us in a room, and there were like, 6 different groups. And we were all 1 hour, and they would actually give an overview of the machines, and the idea was to give you some time to throw some ballots through it and see how they worked. Problem was, in my group that I was in, it seemed like between what they explained to us and the time we had to answer questions, or they had to answer questions, and the time we got to use it, the hour was up, and we only ran maybe 1 or 2 ballots through the machine. So besides testing, I don't know what type of testing or certification these have had or not. I know the LNMS, I think, machines, the Dominions, they're not going to be certified and may not be certified until 2026 because they're having a problem in that area. The other thing I want to bring up too is about the machines is the Part 2 of our Constitution. All right, Article 32. And I'm just not going to read it all, but I am going to bring up what it does say. It says to sort and count the said votes and make a public declaration thereof. So a machine can't sort and count, all right, at this point. You need physical eyes and you need people handling those ballots. So technically, I want to say we're actually going against our own Constitution. And we've been doing it for years, I believe since either 76 or 79. It was put in RSA 650, 640. All right, and in that RSA, it actually says about the machines, it says on trial basis. Since let's take 79. That's 45 years on trial basis. All right. Now this year they did make a change. The governor actually signed it. And the Senate actually, I want to say, they didn't trick the House representatives, but they pulled a fast one. They had a bill in there, 154, HB 154. It was a health care bill for the towns and cities. By the time we got it back, there was no health care, and it was all election bill. All right, and we didn't have very much time to look at it. The health care bill was like 4 or 5 sentences. The election bill went to 15 pages, and they called it housekeeping. And in that housekeeping, they made over 120 changes. 120 changes of housekeeping. So they really pulled a fast one, and I don't believe they had the time, the House of Representatives really had the time to understand what they were voting on. So with those things, I just wanted to bring up that it's all presidential primary, and I was told I was not needed, so I did volunteer at least. Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
I've been on select board for 12 years in the past. I've been through numerous recounts myself that I've observed and been on the other side. What I have seen with these machines is they're highly accurate. As John said, people don't follow the rules specifically and fill in the dots nicely. I've seen very faint dots, I've seen X's, I've seen check marks, and in the recount, the machine has never been off more than 1 vote that I've seen. In John's own experience in a recount, the hand-counted ballots in Bridgewater made a 40-vote mistake in transcribing somewhere. That shows that hand counting is much less accurate than the machines. These machines are never hooked up to the internet. They don't have any kind of plug that you plug in to reprogram them. The EEPROMs basically are just a memory so that you can put a name for each line and teach it where the dots are for those lines. And the town clerk and the town moderator before every election go through and have a test ballot after they program it, if you will, after they teach it where the names are. They go through every which way they can possibly think of to make sure the machine is accurate. The public is welcome to this, and I don't think anybody ever shows up for it. But I know it happens. I have seen it happen, and I believe that these machines are very accurate. I would not ever vote for a machine in the future that was hooked up to the internet or had any kind of programming. I am only for a pure counting machine. Another thing back with hand counting, the machine is basically a high-speed idiot. You tell it that this line is this name, and if somebody puts a mark in that, it counts it as one. In hand counting, and I'm not disparaging anybody hand counting, but the possibility is there that it's usually done with two people. One person will read the name, and the other person will put a check mark on a piece of paper, then they count up the check marks. They could either hear the name wrong, or there could be bias, very bad bias, in hand counting. Person may read out Joe Smith, and the person making the check marks is for Sam Elliott, and he'll put a mark for Sam Elliott even though it's for Joe Smith, hoping there's never a recount, and that's the recount would be the only place that would be caught. So hand counting is much more susceptible than these counting machines. Also, there's a triple check on these. The check-ins, that people count how many people they've checked in, the machine has a number, and the election officials afterwards count all the ballots. In fact, that's probably the sorting part that would qualify for John's constitutional thing. The ballots are sorted. So there's the advantage with this is there's a paper ballot as a backup that you can recount, and the machine purely just counts. So I would hope that you vote this down. I do actually have a question that probably would go to council. I read the cited RSA 656:40, and this article refers to that. So I'm a little bit confused, and maybe council can help me on this. The article is saying that this body has the authority to make this decision, where my reading, I'm not a lawyer, but my reading of RSA 656 says that the mayor, alderman, or select board of any town has the authority. So even if this votes down, is this article actually just advisory and not binding, would be my question for council. Thank you.
Why don't you come to the microphone?
My understanding is that the Secretary of State's office is waiting on this, and they have determined that the ultimate decision rests with the Board of Selectmen. However, there's been recent amendments to this statute that have made it incredibly unclear as to which governing body which governmental body actually decides this issue. But for now, my understanding is the Secretary of State's office is taking the position that the Board of Selectmen has the ultimate authority in deciding the use of the electronic voting machines or by hand count.
Okay, other people wish to speak. Jamie?
Yes, good morning. James Robinson, 245 Crescent Street. Thank you both, man, for putting your thoughts out there. The gentleman,
You're speaking to the microphone, Jamie. So
the last gentleman speaking, he said the word machine many, many times. And in my life, I've depended on machines a lot, and they will fail you in the most crucial times. Humans also have a tendency to fail. However, humans can be rechecked. This machine, I know also, you can rebut this with, well, it can be rechecked too. In this day and age, I believe wholeheartedly that every vote cast needs to be verified by a human being, not a machine. We should not be relying on machines. Everybody's got one of these things. Even I have one. If I have one, I'm most sure everybody's got one. And you have received notifications that this has been hacked, or you see default on a this card, or your some account has been jeopardized. We're setting ourselves up, in my belief, for failure if we do rely on this machine totally. So I am not in favor of this. I would ask everybody to just consider that, and I'll go on record. I will volunteer, as of right now, to count when any vote is cast. And somebody else can stand over my shoulder and watch every check I put on that paper. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, Cheryl Szyzeski, River Road. I like the idea of having cross-check options, so I would like to have both the machine and we still have the paper ballots for the hand counting. So I don't see the need for us to be ruled by some sort of hysteria about things being hacked. There's no evidence that the voting machines in Bristol have been hacked. There's no evidence that voting machines elsewhere have been hacked. So I would promote that we allow and continue with the voting machines. They've been reliable. There's evidence that they're reliable. There is no evidence that they're not reliable. And I think that we should go with the data. Thank you.
Ernie?
Thank you. Ernie Richards, 30 King Arthur Lane, right here in Bristol. I think we're kind of losing perspective as why do we need a machine? What did we do before the machine? Did we count by hand? Before the computer, before the cell phone, and we were very successful doing it all those years. And I take a little umbrage that somebody would question the veracity of the people that are doing the hand count and saying that maybe, they're doing this and doing that. That should not be brought into the situation here. The biggest thing I look at is that recently France held an election, 39 million votes, and had all the votes counted that night. And their election was done by hand count in paper ballot. Now, what are we looking at in Bristol? Let's think about it for a second. How many people voted last Tuesday? 300, maybe 400, whatever the case was.
377.
How long does it take to count 377 votes? And in a situation like the worst case situation is when we get a presidential. How many people do we have in Bristol? We have probably 2,200, 2,300 people that actually registered to vote. And at most, if we get to 2,000, that's really a lot. And in the case of the presidential vote, the ballot is pretty simple as to what you're looking at. You don't run into the situation that you have, like on the local level, where you have two ballots, one for the town, one for the school. And even in those situations, it doesn't take forever to go through the ballots. And personally, I would prefer people with their eyes on the ballot, understanding what they're looking at, and there's plenty of volunteering that we can take care of the situation of the counters. I, for one, would be happy to volunteer on something like that. Kindly keep it in consideration, keep it in perspective. We're only talking a few hundred votes. We're not thousands of votes. And as far as the machines go, they are fallible. Believe me, I agree with that point of it. Thank you.
Not yet, not,
I want to hear these guys if I can, please.
thank you.
Jason Rich, Oakcrest Road. I've been involved in 17 hand count votes in small towns.
Talk it into the mic.
I've been involved in 17 hand count votes throughout New England, Maine, Massachusetts, New York, here, and there hasn't been one error. The people that count are dedicated to doing this, and it brings community back. The people that support the fire department, the police department, the ball fields, the library, are the same people that are dedicated to this town to do hand counting. So machines versus citizen counting, I would rather, if we're gonna pay anybody, pay people to hand count our votes than pay for a machine, which I believe myself is infallible. Hand counting is double checked or triple checked. There is always somebody watching and there is always somebody counting. The numbers have to match up. So why would we spend money on a machine when we have people right here? I will commit to hand count myself like the other gentlemen have committed. And I've actually spoken to several people, and I have 17 names of Bristol residents that are actually willing to commit to this. So lack of commitment is BS. Community involvement is more important. You meet your people, you meet your neighbors, you make new friends, and it grows the community. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Sue Chadwick. I live on Castle Lane in Bristol. In this day and age, as was quoted by someone else, it does not make sense to me to eschew the idea of using a machine. Machines have been in operation since the Industrial Revolution, so it's not a new concept. That this style of machine has been used certainly successfully in Bristol, but I'm from another community in New Hampshire where it's been used for, more than 40 years. During the big controversy in the 2000 presidential election, where Florida had hanging chads and all sorts of other things, this style of scanning counting machine was the one that was considered the most accurate and the most reliable because it also has the paper ballot with it. So there's never lacking opportunity to hand count afterwards to verify a vote, particularly in a very close election. So to me, it does not make sense in 2024 to throw out machines, particularly this type of very safe machine that is not part of the internet. It's just a counting machine that gives the accuracy that we in Bristol have enjoyed for many, many years anyway. So I definitely am in favor of keeping the machine and voting against going to hand counting. Thank you.
Joe.
Joe Caristi, 30 Chestnut Street. I'm opposed to this this article, really because I think in Bristol we have a really clear, fair election process. There is a path to recourse, and that is a recount. So should there ever be a concern about a particular vote, we always have the option of requesting a recount, then that does end up being a manual process. So I feel like this is a solution looking for a problem that we just don't have in Bristol.
Good morning. So Rima couldn't be here, but she did write up a paper and she wanted me to read it to you guys. First, she would like to say she's sorry she's not here. It's the first one she's missed in years, and this article is very important to her. but the trip was planned more than a year ago. But she would like to tell you that we do not spend $13,000 a year on the machine. The yearly cost for maintenance on the counting machine is $400, and it's line item 01 4140 291. The line 01 4140 610 has nothing to do with the counting machine. These are for printing ballots, purchasing booths if necessary, lights for the booths, safety chains, pens, things that are needed to run an election and a town meeting. This line is more this year as we are having 4 elections plus the town meeting. There are things for an election whether we have a counting machine or not. This line fluctuates every year and it depends on the number of elections that we have. This year with 4 elections, the line is higher. Line 01 4140 810 is for new equipment for the office, which may have to include a new counting machine, as ours is the older machine and they don't make parts for it any longer. But this line is for any new equipment that the town clerk tax collector's office may need: printers, computers, chairs, office furniture, etc. And she would like to explain a little bit about the machine. It is only a counting machine. It is not hooked up to the internet or anything like that. When Ned and Rama need to test the ballots, the machine is brought from storage where it has been kept behind a double locked door, and only herself and me have access to it. When the machine is brought out, it has a secure tab on the outside that needs to be cut off. The number on the tab needs to match the tab number that was put on there when the machine was placed in storage. There is a form that needs to be filled out, and the form needs to be signed by 2 people, indicating that the tab is the same number. After this, we need to remove the tab that has been secured where the memory card goes. Even though it has been empty, the slot needs to be secured. And the same goes for the tab with the 2 signatures, and we have to make sure the tab is the same number. We get 2 memory cards to test. 1 memory card to use at the polls and a spare one. We test both memory cards to make sure they come out to the number of the test ballots that have been cast. When that matches, the test tapes are kept by us in the office, and then the tab goes back on the memory slot, and again, with the number that is written down and signed by 2 people. So it's a new number. Then the machine goes back in storage, and another tab goes on the outside of the machine's packaging, and that is signed by 2 people. The bag is placed back in the storage room, which is always double locked. The bag does not come out again until the morning of voting. The tab is cut off, the machine is placed in the box that the ballots go in when counting the ballots. Ned does another tape to show that it starts off all at zeros. The tape is placed on the wall for the public to see, and after voting, the process of sealing it up starts all over again. If we don't have the machine, I would need to have at least 12 counting teams to try to finish before counting ends at 2 or 3 a.m. If the teams don't volunteer, we will need to pay them. And I would think it would be approximately $2,000 to pay the teams on top of the other cost to run an election. Also, some of us come in at 7 a.m. and we would be working till 2, 3, 4 a.m. or later to get everything completed and sent out to the media in the state. I don't feel like anybody working 10, 12 hours would be completely accurate in counting ballots. Every time there is a discrepancy in the number of ballots counted, it has been human error. I hope you vote this petition down as it will not be beneficial to go back to hand counting for the elections. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Susan?
Yes, Susan Duncan, Cedar Street. I didn't realize Rama was going to submit written testimony, but Mr. Moderator, as overseeing the election is one of your primary 2 duties that you're empowered with. I know that you do a lot of trainings with the Secretary of State, and based on my past experience working in Concord, I know how seriously Bill Gardner and David Scanlon take the integrity of the vote in New Hampshire. Is there something that we need to be sure to have on the record or that you would like to share?
Well, I'm the town moderator. I'm not going to take a position on the article, one way or the other. So, and I can tell you that no matter how the article goes, certainly the town will carry out the will of the people. So if you were to decide today that you wanted to hand count, we would hand count. I looked the other day, and I've presided over 66 elections in the town of Bristol, and this is my 30th town meeting, consecutive town meeting. So in those elections, we've had recounts before, but I don't think anyone has ever ended up feeling that we made a wrong decision, that the wrong person got elected in the town of Bristol. The voting machines, what they do with us is they basically shorten the amount of time. In some ways, the voting machine is more accurate than hand counting, and I can give you an example of that. And that is, in this last election, just last Tuesday, there were 16 votes that were rejected by the machine. And the reason that they were rejected by the machine was because people overvoted. Particularly on one ballot, there was a place where it says you need to vote for somebody for 2 years. But people looked at that, and some people looked at that and said they thought they were supposed to vote for 2 people. And so they voted for 2 people. And so if that had been just put in a ballot box and hand counted, those votes would not have counted. There would be no count on that election. But because it was rejected by the machine, they got a new ballot, and they were able to correct, and that the correct person got the vote on that. So to some extent, the machine is more accurate than hand counting would be. The biggest advantage of the machine is it saves time for us. What happens, right now, last Tuesday, and this is important. Last Tuesday, we had our election. 10 minutes past 7, I had printed out a tape from the machine and posted it on the wall so people could see the results, all but 2 votes. And the 2 votes, one was a person that wanted their vote hand counted, and the other one was a vote that got damaged, an absentee vote that got damaged in the mail. And so people had immediate results to the election. And on the presidential primary we had, Bristol was one of the first towns on Channel 9 that had results from the election. So the saving of time, I think, is an important issue. And I can tell you, I've gone through 3 town clerks. And when I started, we hand counted, and we would be there late into the evening usually. And we would do that, and we'd have large teams, and people volunteered. I don't really think that's an issue. People will get people to volunteer because there are any number of good people in this community that will volunteer their time to do that, and I don't think that's a question. But it takes a lot of time, and particularly when you got people, as Brema said, when you got people that come in and they're there at 7 in the morning, and they're tired and hungry at 11 o'clock at night, and that's another issue. The other issue is that, and Rama doesn't mention it specifically, but when the election is over, we were out of there at 8:45 last Tuesday with everything sorted and counted. We do a 5-way check on the ballots. We check the number of people come in with the number of people reported by the machine. We physically count the hand votes, and although many towns don't go through the write-ins. They just take the write-ins that are in the bin in the machine. Our town specifically, we go through every single ballot to make sure that we get all the write-ins correctly in the town of Bristol, which takes us a lot more time than it necessarily would have to do that. But there's a 5-way check on whether, for accuracy on the votes. But then when we got done at 8:45 in the office, but then what happens after that is Raymond and I have to go back to the town office building because there are all sorts of reports that the work is never done until the paper's done. So there's reports that need to go to the Secretary of State and their immediate reports. So, and that generally, so we're not out of there for an hour or two after that. So the biggest issue is the saving of time. So bottom line is, however you want to vote today, that's fine with me. We'll do it either way. But the machine has some advantages, whatever. Carol?
Carol Huber, Summer Street. I got a question on the machines is why they're not being certified until 2026. So that to me poses a question. Also the question to me that I think everybody should at least run through their mind is why after all these years that these so-called wonderful machines have worked so well, that so many towns, not only in the state of New Hampshire, but in other states, are rejecting the machines, the people are rejecting machines and asking for hand counts. This is new. This is brand new, and Bristol is not alone in asking for this. So I support this 100%, and I will also volunteer, as well as I'm sure many, many people will. Thank you.
Glenn?
Glenn Dorr, 55 Pikes Point Road North, Bristol, New Hampshire. And people need to make choices from time to time. And you'll notice the town has budgets and they have to, that's based on a lot of choices, but people have to judge those too. And one of the things you want to make sure is that you don't dissuade people from giving to other opportunities. What other places? Well, if your taxes are real high, you might be dissuaded from giving to the Circle Camp up at the Hebron for young girls. It's kind of like the island, the camp there. And community center, the library, the so forth. You know all the places. But we belong to one of the greatest clubs in the world, the United States of America, and we all pay our dues. You got to pay your dues. I marvel these football players get $25 million contracts, but they pay their dues. Half of it goes to taxes pretty quickly, and it should. That's the way it is. And in our country, 90% of the taxes are paid by the people who earn 60% or most, and then the people who are in the lesser 40% pay 3%.
Okay, Glenn, you got to get to the voting machine.
That's the way it should be. Oh, the voting machine. I'm sorry, I'm off subject. Is that right?
Huh? Yeah.
You only want to talk about the voting machine?
Yeah, right now we're talking about the machine.
Okay, there's a choice for you. I'll sit down.
Rope. Oh.
This is
yeah. Go ahead, Bo.
92739. My name is Bo Morrison. I'm all for against this thing here because I don't know where we're going. One minute I want to get ahead, next minute we want to go backwards. But on all of our cards that's made today, all of them, not that we know how to work on them, but they're all computerized and everything else. and talking to Rayma, and I think somebody got confused here because I did. This isn't set up for Biden to win. This here is altogether different. You can't just throw an envelope in there and it's going to be counted for, got a D on it. It don't. This doesn't do that. So this machine is very important. Like Ned said, saves them a lot of time. And when you're 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning counting, they screw up. And you know, I don't know. Everybody thinks the right person does it. But this machine, to me, is the right thing to do. And I hope you vote this thing out. And hopefully we get back to a regular daytime work instead of a 2 or 3 o'clock morning work. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
Steve Koffel, 866 Lake Street. I'm in favor of hand counting. Not only would I like it to be hand counted, I'd like to see a thumbprint on every ballot. I've sent emails that weren't received. I know the machine isn't tied to the internet, but I trust machines, and I sent emails that were not received. My wife has sent me a text that I didn't get. And she got home at night, she said, see, I didn't get it. We trusted a machine. Our accountant is in Keene. I drove our tax information down there. It's 234 miles round trip, but I put it in his hand so he can't say, Steve, I didn't get it. So I'm in favor of hand counting.
Okay, anyone else? Somebody get him, and then I'll get you.
So Dave Wilkins, 97 West Shore Road. I know I don't look like it, but I'm a chief technology officer at an internet company. Just came from the gym. This is my gym attire. So I've been in the tech sector for 20 years. And honestly, this kind of technology, this optical scanning stuff, is one of the most battle-tested technologies that exists. So the notion that like this is going to be widely inaccurate, I mean, with all due respect, like, just ain't so, right? It's not connected to the internet. If things were wrong with this kind of technology, it would be systemically wrong. Like, we would have known by now. We would have known for 20 years that this stuff was wrong. This is the same tech that you use when you fill out your SAT and you do the bubbles, right? When you do standardized testing at school. It's optical scanning technology. So the notion that it's going to be wrong, like, we would have known by now that it's wildly wrong. And the idea that somehow we're going to get hacked, I mean, guys, we live in Bristol, for God's sake. No one's hacking the Bristol election. Okay, the school got hacked by hackers, right? No one is going in to affect a local election and spending the time and cycles that would be necessary to break into a machine and affect a local election. Also, it's not connected to the internet, for God's sake, right? So the ability for it to be hacked is almost impossible, especially given the controls on the physical devices. So we're just creating a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. And we're fear-mongering, and it's just like, we just gotta stop doing this kind of stuff as a country. We don't need to solve a problem. There is not a problem. Like, let's just move on, use this stuff for automation, simplify the lives of our election workers, not rely on hand counts, which are proven time and time again to be inaccurate, let alone when you're doing this stuff at 2 a.m. I mean, just common sense, right? It's 2024, modern technology. It's okay. We don't have to be scared of it. Your cars rely on it. Your planes rely on it. The way you manufacture goods rely on it. Stuff works. Like, it works. And if we had a problem, we'd know by now. So I just think we ought to move on, use common sense, let these things do what they do from an automation perspective. We have checks and balances in place. The hand ballots are available if we need them to look at. It's a best of both worlds scenario, and I don't think we need to go backwards in time to a place where we're relying on human beings and the fallibility of them and the extra time it takes when there's no demonstrated need to do so. That's it for me. Thank you. Thank you.
Sean McGee, Overlook Drive. I just thought I should say, since it probably hasn't happened before and may not happen again, that I agree with Mr. Morrison.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, just hold on. If there's anybody else who wants to speak, they need to come to a microphone now, and as soon as, John, this is your second time, so
Thank you.
after, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak, but if no one else does, I'm going to take the motion to close debate, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Monitor. So just to answer some of the questions that did come up, which is a little irritating, but I'm going to answer them. We're not talking about necessarily the machine today. We're talking about the machines of tomorrow, all right, that are and can be connected to the internet, all right? They are. They're not 20, 30-year-old machines. These are brand-new, state-of-the-art machines, all right? So they can be connected to the internet. Anything that's a machine can be hacked, and it can break, all right? And that, with all due respect, when you count the number of people, the number of ballots. You don't count the number of races, if I'm right. So therefore, you're counting the ballots. We had 300 ballots, we had 300 people, everything balances out. But you're not counting each race. And that's what we're talking about, counting each race. That needs to be done. And you need eyes on the ballot. One of the other things, just because it's convenient doesn't mean it's right to do. If we're going to do things for conveniency, we might give up some freedoms and liberties. And I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. And lastly, almost lastly, probably lastly, but do we agree and do we follow the New Hampshire Constitution, which is the supreme law of the state? All right, and that's stated here, sort and counted. And Part 2, Article 32. We have gotten away, so far away from our New Hampshire Constitution, we're making RSA and law changes, and we're not even paying attention to the Constitution, and people don't really care about it anymore. And I'm saying we got to get back to it. And with respect to the attorney here, all right, it's an opinion, all right? And there's also court cases going on right now about ballot counting and absentee ballots and so forth. So therefore, I'd like people actually to vote in favor of this, and I'm actually going to ask for a ballot count.
Okay, is there a motion to close debate? Yes. Okay, and who's up there? Because I can't see. Yep. Richard Gravalis moves that we close debate, and seconded by?
Jackie Glassett. We have a gentleman who's up there.
Oh, Mr. Olson, were you looking to testify? I'd be happy to have you testify. If I screwed up, I want you to testify. And I'll hold off on your motion. But we'll give your motion as soon as Mr. Olson's completed.
Bill Olson, Upper Birch Drive. I just want to say that we shouldn't be even having this discussion because John is right. It's unconstitutional. So it should be end of discussion right there. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion to close debate, first of all. And so if you vote yes, we will close debate and then vote. If you vote no, of course, we'll continue our discussion. So all those in favor of closing debate signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. We've closed debate. There was a request for a ballot vote. Are there sufficient number? If you wish to have a ballot vote, please stand up so I can. No. There needs to be a sufficient number of people to do that. I need to have 7 people do that.
7?
Huh?
Do we need more?
5 people. Okay. We're going to have a ballot vote. Do you have?
Red.
Hold on, everybody.
Are these going to be hand counted?
Okay. We're going to be using a red ballot. Okay, you're going to go out and you're going to talk to the supervisors. They're going to check you off the checklist to make sure you're an approved voter here. The vote, if you'll see on here, there's boxes, a yes and a no box. The most important thing you need to know is you actually have to mark the box and put the whole ballot in the box, okay? because there's been problems in other places where people have torn it, and they've ended up with more ballots than they have people. And then the election gets thrown out. We don't want to do that. So get your ballot, mark yes or no, put it in the ballot box. If you vote yes, you will be voting in favor of Article 9 as it appears in your warrant. If you vote no, you will be voting in opposition to Article 9 as it appears in your warrant. Everybody understand that? Okay. That being the case, the supervisors will be in the hallway and you can get your ballot.
Martha. Yes, you do.
How much vigilance democracy
Fancy meeting you here.
If they say no, then we find the person who was the second most votes. We go to somebody's going to get elected. So then at town meeting, like a town head who is the chief. So no, that's not the way it works. You count up all the write-in ballots, and you have whoever has the most is elected.
Yeah, and I just, so the outlet stopped working. So we thought it was my plug, but it's not my plug. So I don't want them to treat it.
And he brought some, my understanding is,
There you go.
So he brought Mr. Alvarez as the Bristol person. It Don was pissed at the time. So then we had an opening, and then at that point, we put out a request to people, Buzz, so it's the same thing. He served the election to stay on the committee. So it's the same thing. If you accept and you have to talk to Cheryl, we can't stop you. It's your decision. If you say no, then we have to go out and find someone.
That plug-in started to tear.
I believe some people on the write-in campaign, you will actually.
I know, I'm like, I can't do
Yeah. Excellent. I was hoping you'd get that.
I was better at time. I just didn't scratch my donor.
I understand the whole thing and it made perfect sense to me, but.
Yeah, it sounded, I figured there were 30, 60, 90, and then there was maybe another 30.
Just kind of hoping you'd come back. All right, so, and I did actually, I did get a meeting to show up. Website. And I wanted to be sure, I said I looked at the item and she said, yes, you're up for it. I don't know that she's going to have the funds when you can actually get sworn in.
You're good at this from setting up for music?
So the one thing that's
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of when we were behind here. I was like, oh, so
early September to have a meeting to get going. What
you
I'm
can run it
trying to
on.
do, because somebody else did it, I really like it. I'm trying to organize a meeting.
Well, those are dead. They're 4. And I'm like, they're not charging. So I thought it was my thing I bought, and it's not my thing. It's there.
Vice chair for the upcoming year. I mean, we're not gonna have a hearing, it's not gonna be a long meeting.
Yeah, he wasn't there when I took that one.
I've been on the 5 years, we've all had I know Christina had told like, this past year was police taking over a bunch of space in the town hall. It was really only on a different day.
I know. I went to get up on the floor from over there. I'm like running everybody, and I said, I'm gonna go sit in this chair.
I wondered what you were doing.
That's why I sat down. I'm like,
Tuesday, it's Wednesday, it's Monday. We're gonna have a horrible rough time with it. And so I said, all right, that makes sense. You're right. Hey.
Oh, yeah.
I just told him. He told me. He said he's going to accept. Hooray for us! Hey, Rob.
How are you?
I mean, from the front it seemed.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
Very well, how are you?
I love him.
I brought one, but it's working. When I brought that, I'm like, oh,
I got a beautiful name for it. Opera House. Isn't that beautiful, the way that is made and all those shapes? I just wonder what room are they gonna put the piano in for the Opera House? All I can say is, never thought of it. Ways in my life. I can't go where it's a firehouse. No, I can't picture that. The other one was a firehouse. This here is a showplace place. It made a motel. And a big opera house looks real good now with all your designs there and everything else. When you put the piano and have a big mouth there, so you know where
I've been looking through this, sorry. So also, what they did was they put the right title, we go back to the beginning of the agreement, it says 2024, but they put the wrong title at the top, and the 7:30. I know, we went through it, did we get a recall? No. We just did the draft, and we missed it, so, but it was at the same time when he was leaving, so I did all of the work, so I will take full responsibility for it. And I'll tell you the other one's wrong here. So that's wrong, and then the budget, have a year on it, but this is not the 2023, this is this year's and 2023 together. No, well, I think it can, so do you know, Sean, so her ID is not updated yet, but she lives in Bristol. And they check IDs in South Bridgewater. So can word of mouth also suffice if they know her? Yeah, so she's our mini speaker, but she does live in River Road. Will that suffice for the supervisor? Yeah. And my paycheck is at the house. Yeah, so you can go out and see what they say and just let them know. You're a registered voter though, right? So go check with them. It won't hurt to check with them. No, it's fine. So go check with them.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even bother running, I just wanted to get some.
How you doing, Mark?
No problem at all.
I know. I just wanted to put that in there.
Hey, Steve. Hey.
Gotta do it, gotta do it.
Nice seeing you. Long time ago.
You almost had that, on your bed. It's using inappropriate. But I want to see what you got off the
I just took my Advil. I've done enough with my back.
I waited in line and then I realized I didn't have my.
Oh, your ID.
I don't remember. We had to do that one other time.
Straight out of Bristol.
I mean, when I found out a friend of mine texted me, not texted me. Oh, yeah. So she did. You know why? I find it I agree. Tom, how are you? More information came out. And that just goes to and that's what I like. Oh, absolutely. So I just said that's why I kind of the agenda. But I had no clue. Well, that's amazing. And then when I told him,
Yeah.
wow, I never even see you around. That's what
I didn't see you out there. I couldn't Town clerk. I don't know. A town clerk.
You gotta go to
It was
jail.
very vague. On the state police.
towns that were going to from Bristol and all that get passed. And he's like, how much do you?
Rotten's voting right now.
I'll tell ya.
Oh, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what do you know? That's all right. Oh, good. I'm so glad.
You're welcome. So that'll be interesting. That's why I said she didn't know that one, but I had no idea until I was
So all three have three.
think so, yeah. I just not in there. I think
Bridgewater holds theirs after.
Today's date. Camping show was yesterday.
While we're waiting for growth. I know she's already got like a business plan ready. She's like, can't wait till she quite young. He's here representing
Are you going to sit down at all, or shall we get this out of the way?
Has everybody voted who wishes to vote? Okay, I'm going to declare the polls closed. We're going to have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them, I'm going to go back out and make arrangements for the supervisors to collect, count the ballots, and then we're going to move on to the next article, but as soon as they get the counting completed, I'll announce the results of the vote, okay?
Well, yeah, no kidding, right?
Thank you. The supervisors are counting the ballots right now, and they'll bring us the results as soon as they're tabulated. We're going to move on to the next article. I'm advised that somebody may have left a cell phone in the ladies' room. I didn't find it myself. With a white cover on it in case somebody is missing their cell phone. Somebody left an umbrella out at the, if they want the umbrella. I have it here at the supervisor's tables. And somebody dropped $20 on the floor out there. and if there is somebody legitimately missing $20 and I can find out who that is, I'll do it. Otherwise, what I'm going to do is give it to the class of 2027. Okay? Okay, Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the Budget Committee's recommended sum of $9,144,789.68 for general municipal operations. The Select Board recommends $9,233,665.68. This article does not include appropriations contained in special or individual articles addressed separately. Majority vote required. Margaret?
Margaret Hoyle, I'd like to make a motion to move this article to the end after all the other warrant articles have been discussed and voted on.
And Margaret, would you mind just saying that we do that after Article 16? Because Article 17 is to discuss any other business that may become before us. So if we do it after Article 16, would that be okay? Okay. Is there a second to that? Seconded by Don Milbrand. Okay, what the motion before us right now is to see whether you wish to discuss Article 10 after the other substantive articles have been discussed today. Everybody understand that? Any further discussion on the motion? If not,
I'm trying to figure it out. You got the $9,233,000, all that stuff there. What is this about now this year, we're not gonna appropriate right now because you wanna appropriate more money later on to this 9 million and something. Is that what it's about?
No, right now, I think, and I'm not going to attribute intent to anybody, but I think the idea is they want to see the outcome of the other articles before they discuss the budget article. And so what they're looking to do is to move this article to after we've discussed the other substantive articles. Okay?
So I would like to
deduct
$1 million off that right now. We wouldn't discuss the other articles.
Okay. We're gonna just talk about moving the article right now. Okay, yes, sir.
Chris Dolph, Janelle Drive. This is a year where I didn't think that we would come here and have to deal with something like this, and it's my opinion, which I'm entitled to. There's $120,000 in potential warrant articles coming up that are expenditures that would be out of our pocket. The rest of it is capital reserve funds, which is our money to use at a later date to offset taxation, which stays in a savings account for the community, so to speak. This is the general operating budget. There's no huge things here. There's nothing huge to discuss or talk about. There's no huge financial monetary impacts. This is the monetary impact. Let's talk about it now and get it out of the way. If you don't want to if you don't want to support the fireworks or you don't want to support purchasing the building, then don't. That has no effect on operating the town on a day-to-day basis, paying the employees or paying the bills. Let's just move forward with Article 10 now. Thank you.
Okay, are you ready to vote? Okay, we're voting on the motion. This is a motion to change the order of business today. So you would be moving Article 10 to after Article 16. And we would discuss it at that point in time. Everybody understand that? So if you vote yes, we'll move on to Article 11 and deal with Article 10 after we've dealt with the other substantive articles. If you vote no, we'll take up Article 10 right away. Everybody understand? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to move Article 10 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Nays have it. And we'll deal with Article 10. I've already read Article 10. Is there a motion? I mean, who's making the motion? Excuse me.
I'm Paul Regan. I'm the chair of the Budget Committee. I'll make a motion to move Article 10 for the operating budget and the amount of the, do I need to read? I don't need to read it again, do I?
Which appears in that article.
Which appears, yeah.
And moved by Paul Reagan, seconded by Sean Legue, Article 10, and Paul, you get to speak first.
Do you want to do the election for the first one?
If you can read it, I hope you can. This was yes, 23, no, 113, 136 people.
Okay. These are the results of of the ballot, earlier ballot on Article 9. There were 136 votes cast, 23 in the affirmative, and 113 in the negative, and Article 9 was defeated. Okay. Do you have a parliamentary question, or were you speaking to the article? What's that? Okay. Paul?
So Article 10 is our operating budget. This is the money that's used to fund the operation of the town and all its departments, along with debt service on our long-term projects that we've incurred, and the money to run the water and sewer enterprise funds. There's a report from the committee in there. I'm not going to try to read that to you now. I urge you all to read it if you haven't already. I would say this was a difficult year for the Budget Committee. We received the select board version of the budget, and we looked at the bottom line, and we were concerned that the amount was higher than we were happy with. And we looked for places to make some cuts, but fundamentally, we've talked about this amongst ourselves, is that we, as a budget committee, we are not willing to try to take over deciding what the town should do. That's the job of the select board. So the select board sets priorities. The select board shared with us their priorities. Our job is to come up with a budget that funds those things. So I don't know if the other committee members or my committee members want to talk. We had some disagreements we don't all agree on what's going on here. The thing that I would most like to say at this point is that I kind of think of the town as another person, in some ways like a person. As a person, I know myself, you think about all the things you want to do, and then you think about how much they're going to cost, and if you're rich and you get lots of money, you just do them all. And if you're not rich, then you have to make some choices about what are you going to do and what are you not going to do. And so I would ask you that if you think that the number is too high and that we need to make some cuts, that rather than just saying make big cuts and stick the problem with the select board, which legally you can do, if you have any ideas for things that we should stop doing, if we're going to spend less money, I think we need to talk about doing less things. So are there any town services that you get now that you would want to give up that would allow us to make more cuts to the budget? So that's me personally. So I'll stop and let other people talk.
Brittany?
There's a considerable difference in the 9.1 and the 9.2 price. I would like to hear from select board or department heads or the budget committee which areas of the operating budget have been cut and to make up that difference, and why, and what the impact to services would be.
Speaking for the selectmen, our budget is presented to the budget committee, so any difference that you see up there would be the difference between what we recommended and what the budget committee ultimately approved. And I'm sure they can give you some specific answers, but I know that there were some reductions in some of the outside agencies. During the deliberation process, the department heads had more updated information than they had when they presented it to the select board. So with the select board's blessing, they were able to give, quote unquote, give things back or not need certain funding. And so I think that's where the lion's share of it goes. And then I think there was a couple of votes to reduce certain lines, but I'll let you speak to that.
So I think so you asked, it's not up there on your screen, but the first pass of the budget, which is basically the select board sets priorities and says this is the services we want the town to deliver. And they share all that information with the department heads and instruct the department heads to assemble a proposed budget for their department. When all of those numbers were added up, the number was actually $9,444,000. And then the select board held a number of meetings. I think they held four meetings, and they ended up cutting that down to the $9,223,000, which was then presented to the budget committee. And then some of the cuts were, as Sean said, we let the department, so we then invite, maybe invite's not the right word, but we have all the department heads come in over the course of the 3 or 4 months that we're working on the budget to go over their departments line by line. And we let them know that we were looking for places to make cuts. So some of the department heads were able to come in and say, we did the first pass of the budget back in August. It's now early December. We have more information. So one of the things I think was there was a small cut in the cost of health insurance because we got the quote from the company that we buy health insurance from. I'm trying to remember, I did not prepare a slide to answer all of that, but one of the things we did was we took some money out of welfare services, is what I think, vendor services. So the town right now does a pretty good job of providing services to our residents who need help. But we try, I shouldn't say we because I don't do it, but our town administration and our department head tries very hard to find other resources. So if you can't pay your heating bill, instead of taking money out of the Bristol Treasury and helping you, we put you in touch with the TRICAP people and get you some help there. Or we put you in touch with Eversource because they have some programs or something. And I don't know all the details. So we took some money out of that, and one of the things one of the things that I voted, I didn't make the proposal to reduce it, but I voted in favor of it because the state law says that if we have residents that need assistance, we are required to give them assistance. So the welfare services and the legal are the two biggest question marks in the budget because you really don't know what they're going to be, but whatever they are, you have to pay the bill. So we kind of make our best guess, and we decided that historically we've done a good job of not spending a lot of town money on welfare services, so we reduced that in order to find a cut. We took money, there was a proposal to do some improvements to Kelly Park. We took that money out of the budget. We basically had challenged ourselves early on to say that because we thought the number was too high, instead of just saying to ourselves, is this a good idea? Is this a benefit for the town? We were going to try to be harder on ourselves and say, is this necessary? Is this needed now? And we said, this is a nice thing to do at Kelly Park, but it's not something that has to be done now, and we need to find some places to make some cuts because we wanted to get down from the 9 to 233. So I feel like I'm rambling now, so I'm going to stop. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Walter, did you want to speak?
My name is Walter Waring. I live at Bear Mountain Road, Bristol. I like to say Bristol. I'm delighted to have had the chance to serve on the Budget Committee. It's been a thrill. And no one could have been more fair to me than Paul Reagan and Christine were. They gave me a chance to talk as much as I wanted. They even let me hang myself a time or two. This budget concerns me. I don't think it takes the senior citizens in this town into consideration fairly. I tried every way I could to make cuts where I thought they might be possible. And whenever I made a question, I got an answer to that question. No one denied me anything. And I had my chance to vote. And I was outvoted. I don't agree with this budget as a budget committee member. I don't agree with it as a taxpayer. I am opposed to this budget. I hope it'll be turned down. I hope you'll go to a default budget, and that'll bring them back to the budget committee, and they will talk to us with an interest in senior citizens in mind. Please turn it down and make them do some work.
Okay. Anybody else want to talk? You ready to vote? No. Okay, Bo, come to the microphone.
Toby said this for Clint, and he said, don't let the old man in. Well, I want to be in, and I'm not afraid to be in here. But I can't understand one thing here on this budget, and I can't believe you down there saying you're against that too. But it is outrageous. I don't know what we're into, but you can see it with a new opera house, our motel or apartment or whatever you want to call it that we just built right off from Willow Street. I don't understand this building. All I know, somebody told me it's around $5 million, sets into a bank. The bank is going to push the wall in on the back side of it eventually. We put a cheap roof on it and all that stuff. What a hell of a job we done on a brand new station. But anyways, we are talking right now, looking at the budget. You gave fantastic increases to the people, the workers. Why? They're not getting it. Nobody else is getting it. Like that old guy down there just said, they're not getting it either. The old people don't get it. But you gave everybody a big increase, and I saw one in there for 17% increase after you already got 90,000 and you wanted to get even more. You got a $5,000 raise? This is all wrong. Ned, says moderator, it's got to stop. Right now, it's got to stop because we are putting ourselves right out on a limb. Might be a good idea if we could sell to Hebron and they buy us out. It'd be a beautiful thing. But I don't think it's going to happen. But we are putting ourselves in a deep, deep hole. And on top of that, you've got this wonderful school system that wants out 3 towns, if not 3 or 2 more. What are you guys thinking of? I'm talking about, well, the budget committee claims it's the selectmen, and the selectmen said, well, we can't do anything about it. But you've got a town manager, you've got 5 selectmen. What the hell are you thinking of trying to jam this all into us on our taxes that are out of sight right now, and you're talking about a school system that wants out? Where are you guys going to come up with all this money? I want to know how you are coming up with this money. And we might have a smart man that can answer my question. I think he's right beside you, Ned.
Are you all set, Bo?
No, I want to hear this man if I can.
Okay.
I think he's going to answer me, or you don't want to answer me?
No,
I have some information.
He will. I just don't want to have a dialogue between the two of you. I just want one at a time, that's all.
That's right. Now I'll ask you first, Ned.
Okay. You all set?
I'm all set. I want to listen to this.
There are some key points to this budget. Sorry. There are some key points to this budget that haven't been spoken about just yet. But before I say that, I do want to say the select board and the budget committee, it's really not their job to try to figure out what the school is going to do. We still have a town to run and we still have responsibilities. And one of those responsibilities is to keep the town running. And as a select board, I can tell you that's been very difficult over the last 3 years. In many, many ways, my last 3 years on this board has been tremendous and rewarding, and I will always remember it. The toughest part is people. It has been very difficult to keep people. It has been very difficult to hire people. This is not an unknown situation. The whole world is dealing with that. But as selectmen who have to fill these positions and spend this money, we are keenly aware of what we've had to do in that regard. So when we started looking at our budget to present to the budget committee, our very first item to talk about was how do we hire people? How do we keep people employed? And you can say what you want, but when a town position, when you hear somebody leaving because they can make $10 more 2 towns over, that is hard to hire for, and that is happening. So I won't belabor that point. However, what we did look at was trying to keep those people, and towards that end of the total increase this year, 36% of that has to do with cost of living increases and getting people onto the right step and location on the pay scale. So when you look at, it's not just a 17% increase for somebody's position, it's a classification change, they got new certification, we changed the structure of the department, all of those things come into play. So more than 1/3 of the increase this year is based on employee retention. Health insurance is another 7% of the increase. We did get better numbers and the number came down, but it's still a tremendous increase. And those are things that people come to jobs for. We have 19% of the increase is due to our debt and interest increases, which this body voted twice over the last 2 years to support the new public safety building. And the remaining percentage is attributed to various contracts and increases and the like. When we first started this budget process, I told the board as chair that I wanted to see as small of a warrant as possible. And we've tried to address that. Really, it was only things that we felt that you wanted to vote for. We were not pushing many things. And then we had an opportunity on the building, but that's another story. But that's the heart of the budget increases. Thank you, I guess.
You can have the floor again. I just want to not correct something, but just say there is no default budget. We vote for the budget or against this budget. If someone wants to have a different amount of money, there needs to be an amendment to the article. But there's no default budget. Okay. Vote.
Okay. The answer, a pretty good answer for me. You said you increased it 36% on, I take it for mainly payroll. Is that true or wrong? But okay, I don't want to get over your head here, but it's out of my pocket. If you are increasing this budget on payroll, whatever, 36%, and you are worried about losing that help. And another thing I want to make clear on this help that you're talking about, that's getting $80,000 to $100,000, they don't even live in Bristol. They don't have to pay taxes in Bristol, for another thing. But this is you got to cut down, and I don't care the way I would cut down. If I was running a business, I would have to get a few people that I don't need. I don't know if you've ever heard this one before, but on a piss pot, they got 2 handles. You only have to use those handles to dump it. We got ways to get rid of help. We don't need all of this help that we got for one guy to watch the other guy. Back in the old days, we always said that when we watched the state people work, that one guy with a shovel and the other was just all the others leaning on it. Well, I think this system that we got going here right now, we got too much help, and you're worried about your pay on the help you're paying. You paying right now on these, what you call $20 an hour, or $25 if there's anybody getting that low, but they cost us $40 an hour. You're saying 20, but it isn't 20, it's 40. Time of all the benefits and everything else they got a nice job working for this town. If they don't like this town, you're not going to keep them. You can't keep baseball players if they don't want to stay there. They're going to go other places. Let them go when they want to go. Don't hold them back. If you hold them back, they're going to try to screw us over. Let them go. I say this, Ned, we can't afford this system that we're going through. It figures out $3 million every 3 years we're asking for. $3 million every 3 years we're going to increase our budget. Now this town of Bristol can't afford this, no matter what you guys want to say. And you 5 selectmen can't say too much about the budget because they're always saying it's the selectman's job and the town administrator. It's a time you got started working for the town of Bristol and not for you putting yourself, oh, he needs this. He does like hell need it. We need it. We gotta cut our town's budget down or we're out of business. Thank you.
Thank you, Boo. Anyone else who'd like to speak? Glenn?
Great.
As I listen to Boak speak, I remember meeting, it's, the city of Bristol is being run almost like a city, and it's not as, they have a lot of services. Let's take example of the medical situation. Mid-State Health, Dr. Dietrich was my doctor for many years, 25 years. Mid-State Health doesn't have a doctor there anymore. Or they might have a woman named Brentwood who's very good, but she's so full of activity that there's not room for me there. So I have a nurse practitioner that I see, which I think is fine. But you notice that they're cutting back. And Bridgewater, Hebron, Alexandria, they don't have doctors. People, they cut back. Is Bristol providing too many services? Actually, I'm glad we live here in Bristol because it does have this medical service and it does have the fire department. We do have a crackerjack school system and police department. If I was a crook and I saw that police station, I wouldn't stay around here. I would go to Bridgewater or Alexandria or Hebron. I mean, that's where they'll never find. Anyway, question, are we providing too many services? That's it.
Thank you.
And is there a way of we don't need to fire everybody, but just think about each time there's a turnover, can this job be done part-time? There's a lot of people who might take a part-time interest in working and be able to make an extra $1,000 a month for their family. And does everybody have to be full-time? Not now. We're not talking about firing anybody. We're talking about when we have a changeover.
Thank you, Glenn. Yes, ma'am.
Linda Phillips, Crescent Street in Bristol. A couple of questions since this is my first budget review.
Yeah, you need to speak into the mic.
Okay. Someone just said it's 7% insurance increases. Does the town have, for insurance purposes, 7% of the budget was increased?
Yes.
Or the health insurance was increased?
Is attributable to
You need to come to the microphone to do that.
The medical insurance increase was 14.6%, and since we only budget for roughly half the year because of the way the billing comes, it's 7%.
7% increase. On that vein, does the town of Bristol, what's their copay for employee copay? Because I come from other communities where the copay is 20%, 30% if the budget's tight. Can someone on the budget committee? What is the employee copay that the town pays, that they pay toward their own insurance?
I am unsure about the copay, except that the employees pay 12% of the premium.
That's the copay.
Okay.
Well,
I thought you were talking about like
no,
a visit.
I mean the discount to the town for their participation in the insurance program.
They pay 12%, and there is a buyout?
Yeah, health insurance stipend.
There is a health insurance stipend buyout for those who choose to take it.
Okay, is there a requirement of how many hours they work? Do they have to work full-time, or is there a limit, like if you work under 35 hours, you're not eligible for full-time insurance?
Full-time 40 hours is the requirement. If an employee wishes insurance that is under 40 hours, they pay the full freight of that insurance.
Okay, So if we have more part-time employees, that would help the town keep the cost for insurance down. That's something to think about in line with what he said. When someone moves, maybe someone can job share. Other communities have found that successful. Another question, we were asked to fill out that little green form if we want to tell the town what direction we want to go with the old fire station. I can't make that decision until someone tells me what the additional tax revenue proposed would be if that building is sold. In other words, is it going to be worth it? Are we going to
In
get
the
10
grand
grand
scheme of
more, or-
things, well, there's two things, right?
Okay.
You sell it, that money goes into the.
General fund.
Well, the unexpended, actually, I think the unexpended fund balance.
Or the capital?
General fund, and then it would go into the unexpended fund balance at the end of that year, if it,
Wouldn't
obviously.
that go into the capital fund, though? For
No.
another capital project?
We would have to come back to town meeting to vote to put that money into a capital thing. Then you'd also have the tax dollars,
Okay.
right? So it's not a huge difference, but it is a difference.
Well, a capital account would mean it would only be for long-term improvements. If you put it in the operating budget, it could be used for anything anyone wants to spend it on.
We don't have any authority to spend on something that we haven't put in the budget, so that money would roll over into the unexpended fund balance and then could be used to offset the tax rate the following year.
Okay, that was what I wanted to get to.
I just wanted to clarify, New Hampshire requires us to do what is called gross appropriation. So if, for example, we're proposing to provide a service that's going to cost the town $100,000 and the state's going to give us a $50,000 grant, we have to put $100,000 in the budget. You have to put the gross amount, and if it's not appropriated, you can't spend it. So the problem for the town is going to be if we sell the current, soon-to-be old fire station, that you guys haven't approved us to do anything with that money. So the money is basically going to get parked until the next year when the town budget committee and select board has a proposal, what are we going to do with this money? But to Sean's point also, if it's sitting there, it shows up on the revenue side. The way that the tax rate is set is you approve this budget, you can still amend it, but by the end of the day, we're going to have an approved budget. And then later, and we have an estimate on revenues, but later in the fall, I think it's like October-ish, but the select board will sit down and say, what have we actually spent? What are all the revenues that we have from other places? How much more money do we need to raise? And then divide it by the value of all the property to figure out the tax rate. So some of the items in the budget are directly related to revenue, but we still have to put them in there even though they're...
Right, before you can vote on. Did you ever get a real estate estimate on what that building what it's worth and what the tax revenue would be?
Yeah, I think it has to do with budget issues, so I'm going to say it's relevant to the article. So,
because there's been conversation on the town website, and I thought someone surely has had the building appraised for what the market value would be, and then estimated what the tax revenue increase would be. Because that would affect.
Yeah. So we don't have a full appraisal. We have a realtor's opinion.
More than one, I hope.
Yeah. It's going roughly $300,000 to $400,000 depending on the market. And the condition of the building, which is
well, it would be as is. So what would be the tax revenue on 300?
For every 500 some odd thousand. Oh, yeah, no, but that's not the question. The question, the value of the building, say we get lucky and it goes to 400,000, it'd be about an 80, if you use all of that to offset the taxes the next year, it would be about 80-cent reduction, and then about $10,000 in revenue a year on taxes.
Okay, my last question, thank you for bearing with me. When was the last time all town fees were evaluated, whether they should go up? Is it time for them to go up if we're always having a budget shortfall?
We've spent quite a lot of time on that in the last couple of years, both solid waste and processing fees for permits and such, and have made a lot of adjustments on that end.
Yeah, because on the fees for processing, I don't understand why there's a fee for a town employee to do their job. Why is there a fee? Like, I wanted to put a shed on my property and I had to pay money to apply, when it's a town official who does the review and the town board does the review. So does that go into all fees go into a special account, and what are they designated to be spent on?
All fees come in as revenue into the general operating fund.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Ernie?
Which number are we talking about?
We're talking about the number which appears in Article 10, and if you're talking about what number you're voting on, it's the first number which appears there. Yes.
Janet Metcalf, Hall Road. I would like to speak in favor of this article. I know it's a huge amount of money. I'm on a fixed income. I'm always worried about my taxes getting raised and paying more money for bread at the grocery store and everything. I also have complete respect and trust in the select board and our budget committee. And I think they're doing an incredible job of trying to really piece together what it's costing to keep this town that we all love and appreciate running. I've talked to individuals on the select board, people on the budget committee, and I know they've worked really hard and it has not been easy. And I really believe that we have a bare bones budget. I also believe that paying the people that work for our town a wage that is competitive so that we can get good people working here, including the police and firefighters and town staff, is really critical, because our town can't be run well and serve us well without good staffing. And my understanding is that's a third of the increase. And it's unfortunate that we have to do that to be competitive, but I think it's really critical, and I understand that, and I really support the work of the committee and the select board in trying to come up with this.
Okay. Joe.
Joe Christie, 30 Chestnut Street. I'm in favor of Article 10 as it's written. I understand the labor market is challenging, so I actually just pulled up the New Hampshire Department of Employment Security statistics for 2024. Grafton County has a labor force of almost 49,000, and of that 49,000, 48,000 are already employed, which means that there's only about 1,000 folks in our county who are unemployed. That's split across dozens of towns. Many of them are not close to here from a geography perspective. And of those, say, 1,000 people, how many would be interested in working for a town government, right? So really the point I'm trying to make is recruitment and retention are essential at this point in Grafton County's labor market, and I really don't think we have a lot of flexibility there.
Thank you. Paul?
Yes, Paul Manganello, 1777 Lake Street, Bristol. I would like to call attention to page 62 and 63 in your handout, and it coincides with the small italicized print at the bottom of the slide. And if you look at the total assessed valuation of the town, it's $561 million. And if you look at this, it's for every 56 cents, it's 10 cents on the budget, or every 561,000, it would be $1. And what kind of took me back here is you look at this chart and you get the history of what the tax rates have been. I'm surprised that the select board and I didn't apply more to the from fund balance to offset taxes, because for the first time in a long time with the people in this audience, first time ever as far as I know, that the tax rate for the school is lower than the municipal tax rate. I can't tell you how many times I've heard, you're going after the wrong rate. You got to be going after the school rate. Well, there it is. We're 10 cents higher than the school rate.
Okay, Carol, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, everyone. I wanted to touch base on a couple of things that have been said. The Select Board pays attention every meeting, and I can count on one hand the people I know that have been to a Select Board meeting in here. I can pick you out and name you, but I'm not going to do that. One of the things that we do all the time is make sure that the people that are working in this town are doing their job. We talk about this, we look at it, we're confident that there are no people here that are leaning on their shovel and not doing any work, number one. We also talk a lot about, we've actually had the conversation, fine, we won't raise salaries. Let's see what happens. How many positions stay open? We have a PD position that's been open for a year, I believe. We have a water and sewer position that we're having trouble filling. That's been open. You want the same amount of work done? What do we have to do? We have to pay somebody overtime to fill that slot. So we talk about this on a regular basis, and I urge you to come to the Select Board meetings, or better yet, the Budget Committee meetings, and hear these conversations, because most of the questions that you ask, we have talked about at length. So I want to make it really clear that, yes, we're putting forth raises, and as Joe just said, it's just the way it is right now. Every town is stuck hiring people. Again, as our budget chair said, as the next year goes along, if you think that people are getting overpaid or are paying too much, please tell us what you don't want to do for services. It's really simple. Thank you.
Chris?
Chris Dahl, Janelle Drive. I'd just like to give a quick snapshot in at least my profession. A lot of you know I'm a full-time fireman. That's my career. I work for the City of Concord Fire Department. I was hired at the City of Concord Fire Department in September 2004, so I'm in my 20th year. I was hired with 6 other members, so 7 of us total. There was 157 competitive applicants that met the minimum requirements to be hired by the City of Concord as firefighter EMT. We currently have 5 vacant positions. We just interviewed today. We interviewed 5 applicants. Not all applicants qualified to fill the positions. Things have changed, times have changed in 20 years. It's not go out and find whomever to fill the position anymore. When I got on the fire department in the town of Bristol in 1998, my 26th year, that's hard to believe, we had 35 call members on the roster. I would maybe look to the fire chief, maybe now there's 12. And that's not for the lack of trying, that's not for the lack of being in the schools, it's not for the lack of being transparent or on social media trying to attract folks. It's just not out there. The mental health, the physical abilities, the physical toll and mental stress on your body is real for those positions. So to retain and recruit, and more importantly, at least in the fire department today, to retain the quality employees that we currently have today, my taxes are over $10,000 to be completely transparent. It's the cost of doing business. We built a house 7 years ago. I could have moved. Could have moved to Bridgewater, could have moved to Hebron, I could have bought a piece of land somewhere else. I didn't, because this town has services that make me feel comfortable at night, services that make me feel comfortable that while I'm away at work for 48, 72, 96 hours at a time, and my wife and kids are home alone, that when they call 911, someone is going to show up. And that the answer on the other end of the phone isn't that state police is coming from Thornton. That is why I continue to reside in Bristol and have for my entire life and will probably until I die. Thank you.
Rob? I just wanted to briefly, I'm sorry, Rob Glassett, Oakcrest Road. I just wanted to briefly answer Paul's question, and Paul, forgive me if I explain this in simple terms just so everyone else can understand. The Select Board did make every effort to use funds from the unreserved fund balance to offset the tax rate. The Department of Revenue Administration recommends a minimum amount of that general fund that is kept in that balance for unanticipated expenses throughout the year. Typically, we try to stay well above that. So the current recommendation is 5%. We try and stay in the 8 to 10% range. However, this year we did go significantly lower because of the increase in the tax rate to try and offset that and try and lessen that blow on the taxpayers. So, thank you.
Don?
Don Milbrand, Hemp Hill Road. In a word, this budget is ouch for all of us. The biggest problem, and nobody's really mentioned here, is the inflation that we're seeing everywhere. Inflation is a nasty critter. It keeps on snowballing. Your prices go up. People need higher wages. Wages go up. Now prices have to go up. And it just keeps on getting larger and larger. That's the effect we're feeling here. I'm in support of increasing the wages for our town employees because it's necessary. From my past experience on this select board, this is something that the select board's been fighting for at least 5-6 years. They've been putting some stuff off, trying to keep up, and eventually it just catches up to you. This is going to be painful for everybody. Me personally, my taxes, if this budget and all the warrant articles pass, my $500,000-ish property is my taxes will go up $750, just to give you a feel for that. That hurts. However, I have faith that the select board hears everybody's concerns here. I'll be a part of that select board. Thank you very much. And typically, the town has historically, in my experience, underspent and had more revenues to the tune of about $100,000 a year, which is it's a good cushion. It's not extravagant by any means. They've always applied that back to reduce taxes. Last year, as was just mentioned, they actually used even more to make the effect of last year less. I believe that knowing the concerns, the select board this year are going to be extreme budget hawks. I'm going to be a voice for that. I know the other members are going to follow along with that because they feel the same pain and they understand and represent you. And the goal there should be to make that 100,000 even more than that, to reduce the impact of this budget as much as possible. So I reluctantly am supporting this budget as presented. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Shannon Wharton, 4285 River Road. I also work for the town of Bristol as a minute taker, actually for the budget committee and now the select board. I have had a front row seat to the whole entire thing for the budget committee 5 years. And back and forth, they've been going through the budget, trying to make cuts, and I just wanted to note it has not been an easy process, especially this year out of my 5 years doing minutes. Front row seat to having to take minutes on deliberations and discussions and finding other ways to cut the budget to make things work. This is one of the hardest years I've ever seen, even for minute taking, and I'm just on the back seat of it. And the budget committee and the select board have done a tremendous job fighting hard to make this work, especially this year out of all the years that I've seen, at least, especially with the budget committee. And I just want to make that note.
Thank you. Are you ready to vote?
No.
Okay, second chance for Walter here. If you want to speak, you better come to a microphone now, because I'll take the motion to close debate.
I don't want anything I've said to be misconstrued. I didn't oppose raises for the people who work for this town. I supported them. I did oppose merit raises because that's what threw us into trouble 10 years ago. And I stood up at that mic less than 10 years ago and called for a study to bring our town employees in line with the surrounding communities. The following year, I thought that was going to be corrected, but it still needed more correction. I stood up at that microphone the following year and propose that the results of those studies be implemented. I support the town. I do not, town employees. I do not support merit raises. I support cost of living raises. I have severe questions from personal experience as a municipal employee where merit raises go. I do strongly support cost of living raises and will suffer the consequences of that support. But there are some of these raises that are a little more than merit, cost of living adjustment. Contain the raises to cost of living.
Okay, John?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I had two questions. One, can someone tell me year over year, well, how much is the dollar value going up from the budget? Is it like 900,000, 600,000, 1.2 million? And the second part of the question?
You're asking how much higher is this year's budget than last year's budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Not, so the difference as far as, and then the second part of that is, I see on the bottom of the slide is 56,125. I'm just wondering what that, whatever that number is, what would that come out to as a tax rate increase? Will it be like $1.04 or 37 cents or what?
It's right there.
Good question, John. Thank you. The total budget increase was a little over $787,000. If you but of that, you have to subtract $190,000 and change for water and sewer. That pays for itself. So the general government increase was 8.28%, and I think inflation numbers right now are around the same, 8.5%, somewhere in there.
How much per thousand?
$1.06. In a vacuum.
David?
Hello, David Blyler, Crescent Street in Bristol. I just, recognizing the difficulties of maintaining the operating budget, I just want to remind everyone that ultimately the taxpayer-funded economy operates downstream from the real economy. And as hard as it is to find help and to meet your costs in the taxpayer-funded economy, in the real, I promise you, in the real economy, it's harder. In fact, zooming out to the federal scale for a minute, I heard a very depressing comment, which was that, they're talking about another federal government shutdown, and one of the reasons they said we couldn't afford a federal government shutdown was that the economy couldn't afford it, which is something that, it's a very depressing thought. So I just wanted to put that in for perspective.
Thank you, David. Carol?
Carol Huber, Summer Street. We've got some great employees, but I do have a problem with a 17% raise. I don't care what kind of names you call it, restructuring, reclassification. 17%. I don't think anyone in this room has got 7%, 2% increase this past year. With this runaway inflation in the grocery store every time you go, I cringe. I do want to thank the Budget Committee. I would have liked to see more than about an $80,000 decrease, but I thank you for at least doing that much.
Okay, did you want to speak? And then I'll take a motion to close debate. Okay.
Hi, Emily Kincaid, Bristol Hill Road. I'm in support of the budget as it is written, particularly as a level one of a firefighter. Every government and really public service employee I've met does it out of passion, but they can't do it anymore because they can't afford to do it. We can't just switch to part-time employees. I would like someone who is coming to, when I call 911, I want to have a police officer come to the house and a firefighter respond. And I also want them to have insurance when they go home to their families to be able to go to the doctor if they need to. We need full-time employees who are qualified to do that job. We're not going to maintain people on a volunteer basis to risk their lives and do a full-time job on a part-time basis. We need employees that are qualified. And merit-based isn't just based on nothing. These people get updated trainings, new EMS services. They learn, when I was looking for my house in Bristol, my partner, who was a firefighter, did most of his training at Bristol Firehouse. From Raymond, New Hampshire, he drove up here because they had the training that was not offered anywhere else in the state. It is expensive. Taxes are high. It is not easy to live here. But I would rather live in a town that has employees that are qualified and are going to be there when we need them. We need, these are working class people, and they deserve to be able to do the job that they love and they're qualified to do in the town that they do it in. And it's not easy to maintain those positions, but we also need to have people that are qualified to do them. And we can cut the budget down, but then we're cutting down services, we're cutting down employees, and we're cutting down the qualifications of the people who are in those positions. I don't know about you, but if my house was on fire, I don't want to have to rely on a volunteer or part-time basis that maybe they would be on call. Or if I live alone, and if I have to call the 911 operator, and I'm hoping that some state trooper can come out because they only have one person on shift that's a full-time employee, and eventually they have to go home and there's not enough people to cover the firehouse in the public safety building. Or there's 5 people that are there full-time, but we don't know when calls are gonna come in. And I've had a loved one at a fire call at a town in New Hampshire that did not have a full-time fire staff at night. And he would go on call at night, even though he wasn't scheduled, because he knew when they sent in calls that they were important. And I had loved ones going into burning buildings in unsafe situations with maybe 1 or 2 other people on call with them. That's what we're doing to people that are willing to work for this town. We're putting them into positions where maybe they're relying on someone else to show up. Maybe we can see if they don't need health insurance anymore. Newsflash, they do. They're working people. They still need to go to the doctor when they get sick. And we can't expect people that are qualified to do those positions to be willing to do them without increase in pay for cost of living and also the qualifications that they already have. Most of them have these merit-based things that they're not really getting acknowledgement for. When they move into higher level positions where they're doing more work there because now they're fire chiefs, now they're police chiefs, now they're captains, they shouldn't be maintaining the same salary that they had because they're doing more and they have more ability to do it. They're going to additional fire trainings, they're learning different safety techniques. They're learning advanced medical techniques so that we're not working with people who haven't gotten those trainings in the past 10 years, 20 years. Things have improved and they should be able to work and still be able to do them here. I don't want to risk not having those people when I need them.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to close debate? I want somebody up there. Who's that? Susan Colby moves to close debate, and seconded by John Miller. Okay, there's a motion to close debate. If you vote yes, we're just going to vote on the article. If you vote no, we're going to continue our debate. All those in favor of closing debate signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Now we are voting on Article 10. If you vote yes, you will be voting to adopt the provisions of Article 10 just as they appear in your warrant. In other words, you will be appropriating the amount of $9,144,789.68 as your town budget. If you vote no, you'll be voting against that, and in which case we'll have to figure out what we're going to do at that point in time. Okay? All those in favor of Article 10 as written in your warrant signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted the provisions of Article 10. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to establish a contingency fund for the current year for unanticipated expenses that may arise, and further to raise and appropriate $25,000 to put in the fund. This sum to come from the unassigned fund balance. Any appropriation left in the fund at the end of the year will lapse to the general fund. Majority vote required. Is there a motion? Moved by Selectman Dion and seconded by Selectman Brown.
So this is one that we do yearly to have some funds available for unanticipated costs. This year in 2023, we spent $8,431. It was spent $5,000 for the deposit for the parsonage parking lot and $2,428.56 for remediation to the mold at the library and another $1,275 for that same purpose. So we don't spend it unless we absolutely need it, but it's nice to have that cushion there in case something comes up unanticipated.
Any discussion, any questions?
Ned, can I ask one thing without doing it up? You said that, but what do you want the other 25,000 if you didn't spend it all? Do you take that and just only ask for 25,000 and don't keep on asking over and above what you already didn't spend?
Boke, I'm not sure I understand your question.
I don't either.
So that money is from the unexpended fund balance, so it just stays, if we don't use it, it stays there.
So you don't have to ask for any more. You're asking 25 now, but if you didn't, it still stays at 25 at all times is what you're gonna try to, what I'm trying to ask?
What?
It lapses.
Oh. It lapses if we don't spend it all. So we ask for it every year. If we don't spend it all, it just lapses.
And so it stays at 25,000 if you don't spend it, what you asked for, right?
That's what we've been asking for the past number of years.
Yeah, but that's not what he's trying to get
Oh,
at.
I'm sorry, Volk, I'm missing your point.
It authorizes to take up to $25,000 from the unexpended fund balance. We took $8,000 and change, we never took the other. So the other money remained in the unexpended fund balance. It never came out. Same thing this year. It will, if we use any funds, it will come from the unexpended fund balance. And you're not raising money every year on this article. You only raise basically the following year what you've done the previous year, because that $8,000 doesn't go back into the unexpended fund balance. So you're not raising extra money.
So it stays at 25,000 is what you want in there at all times, is what you're asking for.
What they're asking for is the ability to use up to 25,000. You're not actually giving them 25,000.
That's all it is.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, motion to close debate. Jody Favorite moves to close debate, and Rosemary Darcy seconded it. So all those in favor of closing debate on Article 11 signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed say nay. And you're now voting on Article 11. If you vote yes, you'll be voting to adopt Article 11 just as it appears in your warrant. If you vote no, you'll be voting in opposition to that. All those in favor of Article 11 signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and Article 11 is adopted.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
Motion to restrict reconsideration on Articles 10 and 11.
Okay, there is a motion to restrict. A motion's been made to restrict reconsideration. I see that seconded by Chris Dolph up there. And what this means is that we would restrict reconsideration, which, and the motion to restrict indicates that we would not be able to reconsider it again today. What it does mean is that it could be reconsidered, but it would have to be at a further hearing after it being posted after a certain period of time. Everybody understand that? So the motion is to restrict reconsideration of those two articles, 10 and 11. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and you have restricted reconsideration. Article 12, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be added to the Patriotic Recreation and Special Events Expendable Trust Fund established in 2021, majority vote required. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Selectman Glassett and Seconded, and I always screw up your last name, so.
Scott Sandrigan.
Scott Sandrigan. So, and is there, you want to speak to your motion, first of all?
Okay, so a little bit different way of going about things with the fireworks this year as opposed to years past. In years past, the town has had to put in a lot of work the day of, as far as arranging barges for the fireworks to be fired from, and also getting all the material out there and working with the fireworks company. The company we've been working with for the past, I think, 4, 5 years, or 3 years, we had a contract with, can no longer fire Class B fireworks, which are the fireworks that are typically used for, a show in a municipality. Last year, he did use Class C, as he was able to do those, but that contract is now expired. And we also have the issue of having to get our own barges out there to put on the show. One question you might ask, why do you have to set them off in a barge? We don't have any area in town that would accommodate a large crowd with the appropriate setbacks that the fire marshal's office would require. So that said, we reached out to a company called Pyrotechnico. Pyrotechnico is formerly known as Atlas Fireworks. They're the company that puts on the majority of the large shows in the state. They will provide not only Class B fireworks, which put out a better product than the Class C, but they also supply their own barge and the boat and all the logistics to get everything out there. So that's a cost savings to the town for us not to have employees dedicated to helping out with that process throughout the day. So the cost of the show is $18,000. There's also another $2,000 worked into that warrant article to provide for portable toilets, some food, and some entertainment. I believe that's it, and if anybody has any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Okay, we're discussing Article 12. Yes, Mr. Olson.
Bill Olson, Upper Birch Drive. I just want to know, where does all the crap from this fireworks rain down? Is that going right into the lake?
Yes, technically, but that's all biodegradable.
Where are the fireworks made?
Bristol.
I would have to find out from the company itself. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Paul Manganello, 1777 Lake Street. I guess I'd like to get some understanding of, there's 2 trust funds that are mentioned here for this $20,000. If you look at page 67, about 3/4 way down, we've got a patriotic fund and a special events. And this warrant only just says to apply $20,000 to both of them, and how is that disseminated? Equally, 10,000 in each?
Go ahead.
So I think, in addition to being on the budget committee, I'm also one of your trustees of the trust fund, so that's why I got up to answer. I think what you're asking, I think there's only one $20,000 to go into one of the funds.
Okay.
There's 2 funds because you're not allowed to mix municipal money with private money. And so we've also, people have said, well, can we do some fundraising? Can we go around with cans and try to get people who are watching the fireworks to donate? You can't put that in the same trust fund that has the town's money. So we've set up a separate trust fund to hold that private money.
And
Did that answer your question?
Is that the special events fund? Is that the trust fund that's applied to, where you get the donation dollars from?
Okay, you're on page 67, right?
That's correct.
Yes, the special events CTF is for the private money.
And that's a mixture of for fireworks, community events,
Right.
all events.
So Christina is pointing out to me that that's not specifically for fireworks. That's private donations for any special town event. So parades or concerts or anything else we want to choose to do. And the select board are the agents to expend, so they decide how it's spent.
$10,000, or the $20,000 of our tax money is going to the patriotic fund.
It is going to the patriotic, yes, fund, which is the public money.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we vote? So we need a motion to close debate, I think. Yes, name. Herb Darcy. And a second? Lorraine Boldor. Okay. I try to get as many people in our minutes as I can. That's why I'm doing that. So we're voting on Article 12. We're voting on the motion to close debate. All those in favor of closing debate on Article 12 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. You've closed debate. We're now voting on Article 12 to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $20,000 to be added to the Patriotic Recreation and Special Events Expendable Trust Fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it, and you've adopted the provisions of Article 12 as they appear in your warrant. Article 13, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $87,528 for the purpose of purchasing the parsonage and parking lot, which constitutes approximately 0.37 acres of land and buildings located at 20 Summer Street in Bristol, and further identified by the town's tax map 114, Lot 91. Said amount includes purchase, demolition, limited landscaping, and parking lot repairs. The property will be used for future expansion of downtown parking. Majority vote required, and is there a motion?
So moved, Mr. Moderator.
Moved by Selectman Legue and seconded by Selectman Brown.
Since moving to Bristol in 1998, the one thing I've heard is, well, at the time, the one thing I've heard through all those years is a lack of parking in the downtown area. You can say it hurts businesses, you can say it hurts residents, but the clear message over those years has been that we do not have enough parking in our downtown area. Over the years, we've tried to improve that. We have found ways where we could get a space here, a space there. We got a couple of spaces when we fixed the retaining wall down below the square, and we got a couple of added spaces when we redid the sidewalks down towards the bridge. But really, that's been just a Band-Aid approach to taking advantage of things as they come up. When the town voted and we did the major reset downtown, sparked a renaissance in the downtown area. It really didn't solve any problems as far as the parking goes. Over the years, when I've been on the board previously and in this iteration, there has been attempts to consider a agreement with the church for the town to be able to use that parking space, and for various reasons that has never really moved beyond the idea in the talking stage. We were approached this last year by the church asking us if we would consider purchasing the property. As mentioned, can we have the slide, Kate? Thank you. We'll look at some pictures. We did an on-site a couple of weeks ago or a week ago. And then there'll also be a picture of how it's laid out and our proposal. So as you can see, we'll gain a significant amount of parking spaces. The proposal in front of you includes the purchase of the building, the demolition of the building, the widening of the entrance to allow for better access to vehicles, and a very modest attempt at a green space to where the building is now to make that green and an extension of the existing green space. When we were on site the other day, I did note which for some reason I never really considered or paid much attention, but if that building comes down, there is a massive oak tree that would be really a centerpiece on that green space area, which is very nice. So some of the things to consider when we considered this offer. The questions have come up, can the building be used for something else? Is there apartments necessary? There will be, I'm sure, some discussion on that when we talk about this article. I am not a contractor, I'm not a builder, I've done some building. Looking at that building, and I'm trying to be very positive, the church has decided to work with the town. To me, in my opinion, and others will disagree, I'm sure, this building is a tear down. Even if someone were to buy the property, it would require so much money to renovate this building, but that's my opinion. The original historic features of the building have been altered over the years. Very few of those features remain. As I mentioned, we conducted a site visit on the property. The building's been hit at least 3 times that we know of in traffic. Basically, this is an opportunity for the town to be able to listen to what we've been hearing for, well, longer than I've been here, I'm sure, to address parking in the downtown area. I know there are concerns, and I get it, about historic district and the history of the building. The board feels that the desire to help improve the business situation in the downtown area outweighs those concerns. When we put this out for a budget analysis on what it would take, the first shot always with any engineer always comes back with extra trees and extra landscaping and this and that. And I made it, and you can put it on me, I guess, but I made it clear that we needed a bare bones number to be able to come to town to address this situation. I have heard from folks who feel that, well, if you're going to do it right. And while I agree with that, I think the emphasis to purchase the building and get onward in the solution outweighs the extra spending for the moment. I'm sure there will be costs over time to add trees and add landscaping. But for the moment, that is what we wanted to propose to the folks, is a bare bones effort to try to do that.
Mr. Miller.
Yeah, John Miller, Castle Lane. I'm also the chair of the planning board. I wanted to speak in support of this for a whole bunch of different reasons. All the things that you laid out there, Sean, I think, to address parking and whatnot. The planning board is, and you'll hear about this in a little while as well, but we're in the middle of trying to figure out housing and a lot of different things in town. But clearly the way you guys have thought about this project is I think what we need to do from a downtown perspective. I just wanted to share that from a planning board side.
Dorcas.
Yes, Dorcas Gordon, 75 Pleasant Street. I have an amendment to Article 13.
Do you want to read your amendment?
Sure. to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $87,528 for the purpose of purchasing the parsonage and parking lot, which constitutes approximately 0.37 acres of land and buildings located at 20 Summer Street, Bristol, New Hampshire, and further identified by the town's tax map 114, lot 91. Said amount includes purchase and redevelopment costs. The selectmen shall appoint a committee consisting of one member of the Town of Bristol's Historic District Commission, one member of the Town of Bristol's Planning Board, one member of the Town of Bristol's Zoning Board of Adjustment, one member of the Bristol Baptist Church, who is also a resident of the Town of Bristol, and one member at large, who is also a resident of the Town of Bristol, to evaluate the public's interest in the property and solicit proposals for redevelopment of the parsonage building, which could include divestiture to a private party for rehabilitation and/or partial or total demolition in a manner consistent with the public interest.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second by Susan Duncan. Okay, you want to speak to your motion?
Sure. I'd like to consider this a friendly amendment and to give us some time to think about our town's historic resources and how we would like our community to appear and to function. I am the current chairman of the Historic District Commission, and this property is in the Historic District. The Historic District is comprised primarily of our town square. The Historic District Commission was formed in 2006 because we recognized that preserving the structures in our town square was important to the charm of our New England downtown and our economic vitality. It is what makes people want to stop and spend time there. It makes it pleasant to live and work in our downtown. The point of the Historic District Commission, when that was formed in 2006, was to make sure that there would be a public process in place before structures in our downtown could be altered or demolished. The first time that the Historic District Commission learned of this warrant article with the proposal to demolish the parsonage was at our February 2024 meeting. The majority of the committee members present expressed our disapproval, but this was not brought to us for a vote. The town does not have to follow its own land use rules, and in this case, the select board has chosen not to. I think the rush to tear down the parsonage is extremely short-sighted. I think if we do this without careful thought and planning, it will be like the old V8 commercial for tomato juice, where they banged their heads and said, "I could have had a V8." Instead, we'll be saying, "We could have saved the parsonage." Some people will say that the parsonage is not worthy as a historic resource because its structure has been altered over time. I think they missed the mark. A building does not have to be preserved in strawberry bank quality to be considered a contributing resource for historic purposes. It is about the massing and the scale of the building and its setting and its quirkiness in the context of a New England downtown that makes it important. People will also say that it's blocking the view of the driveway for the elderly housing next door and making left-hand turns difficult. I've heard this argument, and I don't find this to be compelling. Sometimes the Masonic Hall blocks my view, but I'm not asking the town to buy it and tear it down. People will also say that the building somehow affects the traffic flow in the town by the narrowing of the road. It was mentioned that the property's been run into 3 times, but has it been run into since we put the sidewalk out in front of it in our redevelopment of the downtown in 2013? I don't think so. And I would argue that the narrowing of the road that happens by virtue of the building there is a good thing. It's actually traffic calming and is good for pedestrians. I do think what I agree about with this article is that it's definitely in our public interest to control the disposition of this property. And I don't disagree, I absolutely agree that more public parking in our downtown could benefit our downtown establishments. So I just think that more thought should be given to how and whether we can salvage at least part of the parsonage building. The real estate market is extremely strong. There's a lack of available real estate in our area for sale. I think the town would find private parties that were interested in redevelopment of the property in a manner consistent with the public interest. The town could potentially achieve the additional parking and recoup its investment and keep a property on its tax rolls and continue to have this property contribute to the town's historic charm. And also, I saw the pictures up there. My house looked exactly like that 20 years ago. I hope you will support this amendment and the town can continue to have this conversation.
Thank you. Okay, now we're addressing the amendment, not the article itself, but the amendment to the article, and you were next.
Yes. Mary Gebhardt, Hall Road. I strongly agree with every single thing that was just said, and I support the amendment.
Thank you. Don?
Don Milbrand, 22 Hemphill Road. I'll make this quick as well. Initially, when the amendment was proposed, I thought, oh, another study. However, in this case, I think it's right on. It came to us so quick that this amendment allows the town to purchase the property and then sit back, because there's no rush to have to do all the demolition and everything. So I hope everybody supports this amendment. It sounds really good.
Okay. Sandra?
I just want to speak in support of what Dorcas just
You
said.
speak into the microphone.
I want to speak in support of all the things that Dorcas just said. That building is important to the town of Bristol, and I'd really like us to make a much better informed decision before we decide just to tear it down. We do need some more affordable housing in this town, and I think we need that more than parking. So I'd just like to see Dorcas's amendment go forward.
Thank you.
John? Mr. Moderator, thank you. I just wondered, I know the amendment, I didn't know if there was an end date on the amendment. I was just, for the study. Is it ongoing forever, or is there an end date?
I don't see an end date.
I didn't include one, but I didn't know if, I didn't want to limit it. And as someone else noted, the property's just going to remain there. It could probably remain there for 5 years, and it wouldn't matter if we're not doing anything. But hopefully we'll do something more expeditiously than that.
Do you have any objection to putting like a year on it? We're talking a study anyway, right? Or
yes, I do object to that.
So just real quick, this, you might be able to answer this, but my question is really also around the end date, and mainly because from a cost perspective, and then fundamentally I agree, actually. You know what, I didn't realize that HDC didn't see it until February. I mean, we had the presentation of the planning board this last meeting as well, right? So having some more time to sort of consider all the alternatives, but we do need to make it time bound. Because once the town owns it, then things like the driveways, the entrance and exit into those parking lots, they don't even meet our driveway standards. So what does that set us up for? So we should be able to agree with you that we should have some time to look at it, but we should actually have an end date. Because if we don't have an end date, then we're going to keep kicking it around, and the building will just continue to deteriorate, and our costs are going to go up. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you.
Margaret Hoyle, are you asking for a dollar amount to form a committee to study this, or is this strictly a committee?
What I would intend is that they'd raise that amount of money, you probably wouldn't have to spend it, because like the bulk of that was on the demolition. So you'd have that available, but you're probably not going to spend it all on that.
We could or could not be spending it on it. My question is, I'm in favor of a committee to look at it, but I'm not in favor of spending that kind of money with maybe too many unanswered questions. I think I think this article should be defeated until we get a better idea and not thrown down to the taxpayers. There is plenty of parking downtown. Look at what we have downtown. It's not like we're having a huge shopping mall. There are businesses downtown that some of the employees use up a lot of the space. There's plenty of parking down there. If you're interested, we own that town property where the cannon is. Why not turn that into a parking lot and use the Kelly Park for more community events, which is bigger and can accommodate the people? I am not in favor of spending that amount of money on black pavement. Thank you.
Paul Manganello, Bristol. I'm just curious, that tax map lot, I was confused when I looked online at land use that I took that to be the church itself. Are we talking both the church and the corner building?
No, it's just the parsonage. There was, historically, there were two lots of record there. They were involuntarily merged years ago.
Okay.
So this would require unmerging them, and then you would have a separate tax map number for one of them.
Okay, so with that said, when I looked that up, there was a $549,000 assessed valuation, recognizing it's not on the tax rolls, but we've been just talking about $561,000 being $1 on the tax rate. I was just curious if both of those properties make up that dollar amount that's being assessed, or is it just for the corner lot?
Hold on, I'm sorry, Paul.
Yeah, no, I was curious if that $549,000 that it's assessed at, is that for the combination of both of those properties on the tax map?
I think so.
I would assume so.
Okay.
And I can tell you that building's not worth. But, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is for both. We confirmed that, Paul.
Ernie Richards.
Ernie?
Sean, question for you. I approve of what she's talking about on the study committee, but is there limitations on when they expect to get bought out?
That I can answer. Thank you, Ernie. It gave me an opportunity to get back here. Because the amendment brings up the question, you can vote for the study committee, and I'm not even necessarily opposed to that, to be honest with you. However, the church could decide they don't want to sell it. Okay, so they have an agreement with the town to do what we've talked about. They have said that they could pursue demolition themselves and reserve the right to do so. They could put it on the market as is, and then planning board will deal with it. So if this passes as we've put it towards you, that would go forward. If it passes with the amendment, and again, I might even vote for that amendment, it does not hold the seller to the agreement.
Yes.
Chris Dolph, Chanel Drive. I'm kind of in a similar boat as Sean, where I don't necessarily disagree, but I don't know that personally I'd be willing to lose the opportunity by giving the window to the church to be able to sell it on the free market, to lose the parking. I personally believe that the parking is important. I personally believe that there is not enough parking. I don't disagree with Margaret that some of the employees use valuable parking spaces. But with, thank God, Lynn Cross is finally coming back so I can have a steak and cheese sandwich. But that, to be quite frank, that is going to add to a tremendous amount of additional parking over what Pizza Bene was, and it's going to be daytime and into the evening, and it's going to be vitally important, in my opinion, to secure this parking lot. Am I upset to see the building go? I don't really know. But I'm upset to maybe lose the opportunity to purchase it by going back to the church. So I want to support Dorcas, and I want to support the amendment. I would like to see that the committee, not necessarily what they do with the building, but a decision on what to do with the building, what to pursue, what avenue have an end date. I don't think anybody is realistically thinking that they're going to come up with a plan and have something done within a year. But what to do and where the path goes, yes. So I'd put it back on the board to have some of these discussions without the amendment, understanding the intent, and most of us in here, I think, agreeing with Dorcas's amendment, that the board can make the appropriate decision to have communications with the church and make the appropriate decision, and hopefully, hearing what everybody has to say here today, create that committee, assuming that the church would be willing to work with the community for a period of time.
Linda?
Linda Phillips, Crescent Street. As a person who has done restoration on a house that should have been torn down, and it did take a long time to get it to be as beautiful as it was, I support Ms. Gordon's amendment, and I would like to make a friendly amendment that in supporting her amendment, actually the proposed amendment should be tabled, because I don't think the town put out a request for proposal to come up with the money that they're asking for. I'm not comfortable giving the money to buy the property outright, because I think you're overlooking some things and you might have to come back and ask for more. So we do need a study. We need a group of people who are going to be vested in doing this, at least have the study finished in a year, so that then we'll have a better idea of what actually is going to be done with it. I would also, in that proposed friendly amendment, say that the town should get a first right of refusal, if that's possible, to be a good neighbor to the church, and say, well, when you come out, if you come up with a better offer, can you let us know if we want to pursue that or not? And I don't know if you have special town meetings to discuss issues that need to be immediately decided. But I support her amendment, but I would like to put for the study group to get it done at least in 1 year, so that we can have an intelligent conversation about what should be done with it. And in the process, we can get other estimates on, I mean, for the $87,000, the building's got to be worth that, in the lot itself. And then you add on, there's no money allocated for actually purchasing the property. It's all demolition, this, that, and everything else. So
Okay.
We need to table the original one that we were supposed to vote on, but I support her amendment if she will add for the study to be done within a year, so we can decide what we want to do with it then.
Okay, thank you.
Does she support that?
That's
For the study to be done in 1 year?
right. No, you just deal with the moderator. So she doesn't have to agree to that. If you wanted to make an amendment to the article, you could make an amendment to the article. But,
Okay, well,
but
that's what I'll do
that's up
then.
to you to do, not for her.
I'll
to
make
do.
another amendment to the original article, is that what you're
No,
saying?
you'd have to do an amendment to the.
Proposed amendment.
Yeah, we have an amendment, so we have to deal with this amendment first. If this amendment passes, then you could amend the amended article, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yep. Joe.
Joe Christie, 30 Chestnut Street. I just have a clarifying question. My understanding with the amendment was we would still be appropriating funds to purchase the property. And so in either scenario, we will buy the property and we do not have to worry about the church's decision as to maybe selling to somebody else. Is that a correct statement, that in either scenario we would be buying the property?
My understanding is it depends on, you would be buying the property and appropriating the money to do it. But if part of the agreement to sell the property is that it would be torn down, then the church may elect not to go forward with the agreement.
Okay. And so does the select board know then, if that's part of the current agreement, that the church anticipates the building would be torn down? Okay, so the expectation is it would be torn down and the church would have access to the potential parking. So that could be a deal breaker for them. Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to call upon Susie next.
Out of respect for everybody that's spoken so
You
far.
got to identify yourself, Susie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can't move that. Susie Putnam, 20 Putnam Drive, Bristol, New Hampshire. Out of respect for all the people that have spoken so far, I had a lot I was going to say to the original article, and now it's been amended. And I got to say, Dorcas did steal a lot of my thunder, because I went to the historical meeting and she already mentioned a lot of the points I had made in favor of this article. And so I'm going to repeat them anyway. But in the respect of what the other lady said about the giving first option, basically that's what was in our hearts when we did this. It was first option to the town because, well, one of the reasons, let's put it that way, not all of them, but one of the reasons was because we knew there were safety issues, we knew there were parking issues, and we felt that could not only answer some of our issues, but it could also answer those two issues for the town. So that's originally how this all came about. And but I think, you correct me if I'm wrong, Ned, what I wanted to say for the article, a lot of it has to do about what she spoke against on her amendment. So if I could read what I had to say for the article in defense, so people will realize the reasons why I would be, and the church, members present called at a special meeting, voted for it. And a lot of those reasons for the church, not as well as for the town, as well as for the taking down of the building. So can I do that? I think if they voted for her article, I couldn't even speak to the article, so.
Well, no, Susie, I'm sure that everyone here would like to hear the church's position on this. So if you want to go ahead and speak, you can do that.
I would like to say a lot of the stuff. And I personally, myself, I am not for removal of historical features. I have voted for the Old Town Hall not to be taken down because I felt that was an issue that I wanted to see left for the town. But at this time, this warrant article could be beneficial enough to warrant it in filling the needs and sharing municipal parking with the town and Bristol Baptist Church and improving safety of the square. Through the years, traffic has increased so much, coming from 104 east and west, right through the center of our town. And I'm going to speak first to the safety issues of the removal of the building. Visibility. There are 2 crosswalks, school and church and elderly housing. There are 2 to 3 driveways, church and elderly housing. The parsonage sits in the middle of the S-curve, which comes into our town square. And between Summer Street and Main Street, as you know, with the parsonage building sitting right in the middle of it. And that is what obstructs a lot of the view from the driveways as well as the crosswalks. The parsonage corner of the building has been hit 2 to 3 times in Dorcas. It has been hit once since the sidewalk has been there. The corner of the building was hit. It's still got a very John Job fixture on the corner of the parsonage that you can see if you look at it on the base of it. And a pedestrian was hit since the since the sidewalk as well as the crosswalks was still there, but a pedestrian was hit also because, I believe, visibility. And now I'm going to talk about the parking. The parking, it gives options for parking with the restructuring of the square and one-way streets coming into town in the square. If there's no place to park, you may not be able to come back for the businesses, or they may not even want to come back for the businesses if they can't get back. So when they come back, if you go around the town and you come back, you may be on the wrong side of the street to park for the businesses. If you go up and turn around at the old fire station and come back down through, you're not able to park because they're on the other side of the street, so you got to go back out. It's pretty hard in a way with the parking situation in the town, and this provides an option for the town. Winter parking. During winter parking, the people that reside in the town have to go quite a ways to park their cars while the streets are being cleared. There is one close one right by the bank there, but the rest have to go up by the library, the Masonic Hall, and then until the areas have been cleared. This gives an option for having a place to stay while the places are being cleared.
Susie, I don't want to cut you off, but I think what people are most interested in hearing about is the town buying the property and whether, if we did the amendment, that the church would still go forward with the sale. I think that's basically.
Well, and another thing too, Ned, I know there's very much concern about the historical part of the building. There's really no historical part left to that building. That building started out years ago. You can't probably see this picture, but the picture is here. Everything has been changed on that building. It really doesn't have historical anything much left to it. And the roof's been changed, things have been added, things have been taken off it. And so that all still might relieve the minds of people that are thinking historical building. Granted, it's in the district, but we have, I believe, filled most every criteria in the Historic District Commission's numbered reasons for taking down a historical building, and I think we filled pretty near a lot of those reasons. So it could.
Susie, I guess and I think that's the question: is it's the church's intention that the building be taken down?
Well, that was our intention, yes, the church, because of these issues. Safety, getting in and out of that parking lot, you take your life in your hands with cars coming down around the corner of that building, you can't see them coming. And that has a lot to do with it, the safety issue, and of all of that. And so that, yes, that was our intent, that was the way I believe it was written up. I'm not sure about that, Sean, but because I don't know who Brian met with. It might have been the administrator. I'm not too sure when they talked about all that, but did you get that impression too, Sean?
That's the intent of the agreement.
That's what I thought. That was the intent. So
Okay.
I don't know if an amendment, like you say, what that would do.
Okay, thank you, Susie. Paul?
Paul Manganello, 1777 Lake Street. I just have one question. What is the cost to purchase this? Because if the $87,000 is for everything.
It's included in this total. The purchase price is $25,000, and then the remaining is the removal and some entrance work.
We can get this property for $25,000, not 87, and if we support Dorcas's amendment, we can then
If they decide to still sell it to
if
us,
they
yes.
decide to still sell it to us.
Yeah.
So we're really only committing 87,000 on paper and might only be,
If you do the amendment. If you do the original, it goes through. I mean, that's the intent of the sale, unless, well, I get to step back and say you'll have to take it up with the select board, but.
so you could, if the church, or if the parishioners were a board for the Baptist church, you could go forward with this for $25,000 and secure it, and then, we don't know that?
Yeah. Yes, Paul, in theory, yes, but again, we can't hold the church to, if they decide, but this group can decide to do what they wish.
Okay.
Yeah. Joe?
Just one more Joe Christie, 30 Chestnut Street, just one more question. If we did move forward with the amendment, is there any reason the church couldn't continue using that parking while we do our study?
It's incorporated into the agreement, so they will be able to use it when they need to, yes.
Okay. So really the risk of the amendment is just whether or not the church really wants the building torn down or not.
Right, and that's not our decision. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Cheryl Sozeski, River Road. It sounds like the building's in pretty poor condition, so if we were to go with the amendment and purchase the building at whatever cost and have a committee, we're holding that building for some period of months or a year, there's maintenance costs to that building. And it's in poor condition already. So you're feeding a dead horse, and that doesn't sound like a smart way to spend money. So that was one thing. The other thing, in terms of my consideration of the amendment, goes back to the the previous article on the demolition costs. Did that take into account if there's any lead or asbestos in that property? Yes? Okay, so the demolition costs will deal with the asbestos removal and lead removal. Thank you.
Go ahead.
The estimates for the demolition were done by the town engineer, and those factors were taken into consideration. Another thing to think about, if the amendment passes, we now own this building, and we can't take any money out of whatever warrant is passed to insure it, to maintain it, to make sure it's safe. I happened to see driving in today, when you're coming past the bank and looking at the building, there's a pretty good sized hole in the roof. And I think, I didn't get to go on the tour, but any of the others can speak to it. Dorcas, I hope your house wasn't in this bad a condition. There's a number of places where obviously water has been running through this building from the roof, not just a leak here and there. And I'm sure one of these others can speak to it. But remember, we have if we own this for a year and a half, or 2 years, we have to insure it. We have to make sure it's safe, that shingles aren't falling on the sidewalk, and those types of things. So just keep that in mind. Tom?
Tom Caldwell, Summer Street. I was ready to vote down the original article, but I would go along with this amendment. I would suggest, since the actual cost of it is $25,000, that we would pass the amendment and then have a further amendment to reduce the price, instead of appropriating the full $87,000, to reduce that to $25,000. So we'd only be buying the property and not putting any money into the other until the study committee does its work. I also would suggest that, although Dorcas doesn't want to have a time limit on the committee, I think they should at least report back in a year on where things stand, so that we, as a town, know what it's looking like at that point. But anyway, to sum up, I do support this amendment.
Rob?
Rob Glass at Oakrest Road. So I'll start by saying, Dorcas, I really appreciate everything you stood up and said. I agree with your sentiments, but I just want to be a little cautionary as far as any possibility of renovating the building. The National Park Service is basically the foremost authority on historical renovation. And to get a building like that up to their standards, you're looking at approximately, at a minimum, $500 a square foot. I don't know off the top of my head what the square footage of that building is, but I'm going to estimate it at least 3,000 to 4,000. So you're talking somewhere in the $1 million+ range to renovate that building to get it back to its original glory. So that's my concern there. I would support the amendment because I do want to hear what you guys have to say. And I know, just to address Tom's comment about reducing it to the original sales cost, I would be in support of that as well, but however, we are going to need more than $25,000 because we are going to have to secure the building once we take ownership of it, and we're also going to have to maintain that parking lot. I don't have a number off the top of my head. I don't know if any of you guys have an idea, but I would think somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000 to $15,000 anyway. Yeah, so I guess what I would encourage, Dorcas, if you would even withdraw the amendment to and then resubmit it with a $45,000 amount, I'll be happy to second it for you and support it. Yeah. What's that? Oh, and we as a board, we do want to see some timeline as far as us being able to make a decision as to how we're going to move forward, rather than have a building just sitting there that there's potential liability and also maintenance to be taken care of on. So, thank you.
I'm just going to say, I think the best way procedurally is to go forward with the amendment, and then if you want to make amendments, because otherwise we start the discussion all over again, and we don't necessarily want to do that. Okay.
Yes, Gary Phillips, Crescent Street. I venture to say probably most all of us find it to be in the interest of the town to secure that property. And the best way I could sum up my thinking would be in theological terms. I see it as a simple act of grace on the part of this church to want to go ahead and relieve themselves of that property for such a small sum of money in light of its strategic location. It would be in our interest to do one simple thing, simply secure the property. But we're looking at so many unknown details and conditions that we really cannot responsibly hammer out and address under a simple a proposal and the amendment to the proposal. So what I am suggesting is that we do basically a two-step process. Vote against the amendment, go back to the original article, submit another amendment that specifies one simple amount to simply do one simple thing, secure the property, and once that is done, you can go out with an RFP, request for proposal, and find out what the actual dollar amounts would be from that time forward, so that we can go ahead and appropriate it in such a responsible way that you'd have opportunity for a study to evaluate how we would handle the property that now would be in our possession, and make sure that all the necessary funding to make use of that property was appropriated. But I think we're getting ahead of ourselves and we're not acting responsibly. I think we should not miss the opportunity to secure the property itself and work out the many details after we have ownership. Thank you.
Carol?
Carol Huber, Summer Street. As Susie said, there's no historical value. I'm sure Dorcas put a lot of time and effort into this, but I'm against this amendment for a number of reasons. Susie said there's no historical value. Okay, waste of money there. The cost of securing it, buying it, insuring it, I think we should go ahead with the original amendment if the people want to buy this property. What happens if we hold on to this building and we buy it and something happens in a windstorm, shingles are blown off the roof and somebody gets hurt and the town is sued? But the main reason is, if the agreement is that we buy it and demolish it, if that's the agreement with the church, any amendments aren't going to amount to hill of beans. Either we're going to buy it as they want us to, or not.
Thank you. Chris?
Can I just be real quick? I think the only way that we're going to be able to have any sort of negotiations or talks with the church is to have an end date. I said I agreed with the amendment to begin with. I'm really wavering based on listening to Susie. I mean, I think that, yes, could there possibly be historical value in it? I understand that folks love old buildings and it's a focal point of the square to a certain degree, but so is green space and so is promoting the overall health and wellness of the downtown by parking and green space as well. So we gotta secure this property. We have to take ownership of it. They sell it to somebody else, we lose the whole thing. They're gonna tear it down. It's not gonna be a moot point. We're not gonna have any say in it anyway.
Ernie?
Very short. I just wanted to see if anybody considered, as far as the demolition goes, that's a big part of the cost. I just had the fire department do a practice burn on a cabin that I purchased, and they did a wonderful job. Perfect. And I'm going to suggest, I don't know if the chief could respond to this, but is there a possibility that building could become another practice burn for the fire department?
Okay.
I don't know where he went, but I can speak to that. We would love to, but based on location of the church, location of the street, traffic flow issues, we are very thankful of Ernie's property because it was off the beaten path. There was nothing around it, but the unfortunate answer to that, even though I would love to, is no. There's just no logistical way based on the geography of the building to be able to pull that off reasonably.
Okay, has everybody had enough? Okay.
Very quick.
I'm going to take a motion to close debate after this.
Okay. I will support that motion as well once I say this. I think we should vote down this amendment because it removes the demolition portion. If we would like to submit a new amendment based on all the discussion that is had, I think that's reasonable. But if we say yes to this amendment as it was presented, seems to be removing what the church agreed to in the negotiations, is that part of it is that the parsonage is demolished so that the parking in the structure itself is safer. And if we want to submit a new amendment after this, then we can consider maybe that. But I think really right now the structure of the church and location is the hazard. So we say yes to this amendment, we're really just saying we're not demolishing it, but we're looking into it, and that's not really the point at this point. So.
Could you just give us your name again?
Emily Kincaid, Bristol Hill Road.
Emily Kincaid.
What's the urgency on the church selling the property? Did I miss that? I mean, is there a deadline from them?
Yeah, that's a church question, not a town
But you're
question.
negotiating, correct? You have a price, so you've been talking to them?
We did negotiate, negotiate with them, but it is not in our purview to discuss why they might sell the property.
Well, we don't want to know why. We just want to know if they have a deadline like you want us to have.
This was the agreement. You'd have to ask them. If this fails, they have other, they have
Well,
other
wouldn't
options.
it be you have to ask them?
Not me.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
whoever in the town is negotiating with the church, wouldn't it be their responsibility on the town residents' behalf to pursue this on our behalf?
Yes, but what I believe your question is why the urgency for them to sell it?
Well, why?
That's not a question for us
It's
to
kind
answer.
of why the urgency for you, for us to purchase it, not hearing
Because
as to
it's an
what their urgency is.
Because it's an opportunity.
An 87.
We only have one town meeting a year.
Okay. Yes, Bruce.
Bruce Dorner, Castle Lane.
I think the amendment is extraordinarily well stated. Unfortunately, we've got a time deadline here to move and take action. Every once in a while, an opportunity, as Sean said, comes in our path, and you don't want to screw it up. We have a situation downtown where there is a shortage of parking. Everybody says there's more parking, and part of it is because the employees park there, this one parks there. Let's remember that a large portion of the income that flows into those businesses comes from the wallets on wheels that flow through downtown, especially during the summer. If we don't provide attractive and easily accessible parking, we impede the ability of those people to earn a living. The more dollars we can bring into town from external sources helps every one of us keep the tax rate down because we've got more money to spread around. The second part is, today we've heard a great deal about how much money we are spending and how the cost of everything has gone up. I have not heard anyone speak, how can we increase the tax base? And part of that is supporting business growth and development. We need to bring more small business into this town, and one of the ways to encourage business development is easily accessible, visible parking. And being a good neighbor to the church is a nice way to start the process.
Okay.
Cheryl Sosetsky, River Road. To continue on his point on the advantage of the parking lot, no one yet has mentioned its accessibility to the town hall. And one of the issues with having events at the town hall is the lack of parking or insufficient parking. That parking spot would make it really easy for people to get to the town hall. So we could have maybe dancers or theater productions or whatever at the town hall. And the fact that there's a lack of parking would be alleviated somewhat. Thank you.
Okay, you ready to vote? Okay, Dorcas, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I totally support the purchase of the property for the existing parking lot and improving that. I just think we need to be thoughtful about that building. That it could include the conclusion that we demolish it, or demolish part of it, or sell it to somebody who's going to redevelop it and build something beautiful. That won't affect our ability to continue to use the parking lot, to at least have that process. And also, part of my amendment was including a member of the church so that they could feel comfortable that they'd be part of that process in making a recommendation to the town. And also, I think people have talked about the cost. I think I would just stick with the $87,000. You might not use it all, but you are going to have costs in terms of potentially surveying the property and engineering for the parking lot, and doing some other things that would be ancillary in addition to the purchase price to the church. So.
Okay. Scott, excuse me.
Scott Sanchker, Overlook Drive. I was asked to speak for a business owner who is a taxpayer in town. She's been down there 10 years, and she's witnessed the parking dilemma. It's a catastrophe on a busy Saturday morning or even a Saturday evening now. The parking lot fills up, people pull in to pick up a pizza when it was open, and now they're backing out in the traffic. So there's a definite need for parking downtown. We need to support the small businesses like Mr. Dorner said. They do generate revenue to us from the state. If you look in the budget under revenues, we currently get approximately $360,000 from the state room and meals tax. So if we're creating more businesses that sell, they're more efficient, they can get customers in and out quicker, safer, we will get more money in return. From a planning board standpoint, we cannot purchase this property for parking and then have that building stand there. When we look at businesses coming into town, we scrutinize their parking. So with this issue, if you haven't been in that, trying to leave that parking lot, it's unsafe. If you're trying to take a left-hand turn out of that driveway, it is terrible. It's narrow and it's a blind spot and you take your life at the risk. I've done it twice now at the last 2 votings and it's unsafe. The planning board would not warrant a permit for that. And then speaking myself as a truck driver, how many of you have come down Summer Street and come into town and there's a big truck hugging that yellow line? It makes you feel uncomfortable, right? They're doing that for a reason so they don't blow out their tire on that sidewalk. If we purchase this and we tear down the building, we have a project coming up that the state is doing in that area and they could possibly straighten out that sidewalk and push it back, alleviating the trucks from having to hug the center line. Thank you. I hope you vote against the amendment and support the original article.
No, I want something here, Ned, if I can.
Okay.
Dorcas, I think you're a great person, but all I can see is dollar signs on what you're talking about. And so I hope we go ahead, don't vote for your amendment, and turn right back to the original and get this over with. Buy it for $87,000. We own it, we tear it down, and it's ours, and we don't have to spend 2 more hours in here just talking about something that we're just gonna spend more money for. We don't need it. We have spent too much already. Thank you.
Okay, you all set?
This may be a question for the moderator and/or the attorney. So right now, we have an agreement to purchase this, and as I think you heard Susie say, to have it demolished. If we pass the amendment and the church decides that's not what they wanted, where does that stand? It just basically goes away?
Yeah.
Let's vote on it.
Okay, is there a motion to close debate?
Yeah.
Yes. Elizabeth Miller, move to close debate. And who's this gentleman way up in the back? Dick Batchelor. And I know Dick, but I have a hard time seeing out in the audience, so. Okay, this is a motion to close debate on the amendment, not on the original article, but on the amendment. And it's a little bit long, but I'm going to read it to you because you don't have it in front of you otherwise, so I think I need to do that. Article 13, this is the amendment, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $87,528 for the purpose of purchasing the parsonage and parking lot, which constitutes approximately 0.37 acres of land and buildings located at 20 Summer Street in Bristol, and further identified by the town's tax map 11491. Lot 91. Said amount includes purchase and redevelopment costs. The selectmen shall appoint a committee consisting of 1 member, the town of Bristol's Historic District Commission, 1 member of the town's planning board, 1 member of the town's zoning board, 1 member of the Bristol Baptist Church who's also a resident of the town, and 1 member who is also a resident of the town of Bristol, to evaluate the public's interest in the property and solicit proposals for redevelopment of the parsonage building, which could include divestiture to a private party for rehabilitation and/or partial or total demolition in a manner consistent with the public interest. Everybody got that? If you vote yes, you'll be adopting the amendment to the article. If you vote no, you'll be voting against that amendment. Excuse me?
We need a vote to close debate.
We already did that, John, I think. Did? We didn't vote?
Yeah, we did.
I thought yeah, you're right. I took the motions, but I'm not sure we took the vote.
We didn't.
Okay. All those in favor of closing that debate signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. You've closed debate.
You caused that. Cantankerous.
Yeah. So now we're back to that amendment on Article 13, okay? I told you I screw up at times. All those, if you vote yes, you're opting to vote that amendment. If you vote no, you're voting in opposition to adopting the amendment. We'll go back to the original article. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The nays have it, and you fail to adopt the amendment. So we're back to the original article. Is there any further discussion on the article itself?
No. Motion to close.
Steve?
The numbers look good, but how many parking spaces are we talking about?
Does somebody know number of parking spaces?
Current spaces are 16, and there's a little bit of extra room in the back of the lot that is not currently developed yet.
Okay. We talked about the fire station. What about tearing that down and making that a parking lot?
I'm just, Steve, respectfully, that really doesn't deal with the article that's before us right now.
No, I understand it.
Right.
I just want to get you thinking.
Okay. Okay, you ready to close debate? Yes. I want somebody else. Dave Blyler moves to close debate, and Carol Huber seconds it. Okay? So the motion is to close debate on Article 13. If you vote, all those in favor of closing debate signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. You've closed debate. We're now voting on Article 13, just as it appears in your warrant. You vote yes, you'll adopt its provisions. If you vote no, you'll be voting in opposition against. All those in favor of Article 13 signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
You've adopted the provisions of Article 13. Article 14, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $405,000 to be added to the following capital reserve funds previously established. Accrued wages capital reserve fund, $25,000. Assessment reval capital reserve fund, $25,000. Fire equipment capital reserve fund, $100,000. Highway equipment capital reserve fund, $160,000. Police Vehicle Capital Reserve Fund, $65,000. Town Building Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund, $30,000. And is there a motion? Okay, moved by Scott Sandrigan and seconded by Les Dion. You want to speak to the motion?
This is kind of an annual article that we have. We're just basically putting away money, saving for those big purchases down the road. These are all recommendations from the CIP committee, capital improvements, for those that don't know. Right. This year we did make some adjustments as they gave us a little further information on increased cost due to fire equipment. And with those increases, we felt as a board that we could lessen some of the other numbers to just lessen the overall impact going into the funds.
Okay. Don?
Don Milbrand, Hemphill Road. I have an amendment to this. I'll read it and then bring it down. To amend Article 14 to change the total sum from $405,000 to $325,000. You're welcome, Vogue. And also change fire equipment from $100,000 to $80,000. Change highway equipment from $160,000 to $100,000. And I'll deliver this and then speak on it.
Okay. Is there a second? John Sellers seconds it. Thank you. So we'll now be discussing the amendment. This is an amendment to Article 14, changing the total sum from $405,000 to $325,000 by changing the amounts in the Highway Equipment Reserve Fund and the Fire Equipment Capital Reserve Fund.
Yep. I'm the chairman of the CIP committee, and the numbers that were given at the beginning of the budget, obviously things change as you go. One of the significant things, one of the ways that we come up with these numbers to put every year is we have a cash flow analysis that projects out in the future years, so that when we need a highway truck in year 2026, the money's there. When we need a new engine in the year 2034, the money's there. So this is spreading that huge amount over a number of years. I went back this morning and recalculated those to try and save some money, because we are spending a lot of money today. And I looked, and we can reduce the fire equipment down to 80 and still maybe the next year, a couple years, increase it by 10,000 here or there and catch that money up and still not be short. The significant amount on highway is one of the things that we had proposed with talking with the highway department for this year was a rubber tire excavator. And yeah, for numerous reasons, but since we are spending so much money, the smart decision is not to purchase that at this time. It's a nice to have, not a needed to have. And by pulling that out, we can pull that 160,000 down to 100,000 and still be comfortable in the cash flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Paul?
I agree with Don. Paul Manganello, Bristol. Don, I was trying to do my homework, and I've got a lot of it here, but you have 2 page 2s in the book, and I couldn't really look at everything there was to look at. So all you have in the book is the debt service. At least that's the way the book was printed. It only has, there's no page 1, it's just page 2 and 2. Yeah, no, I'm happy to support that amendment, and I would like to just, I guess, plant the same seed that Steve just did, that we should, and how I filled out that green piece of paper, sell the fire station and pay off the town debt with the building maintenance or the town offices, and you'd be able to maybe get that effect, the debt effect on that tax rate down back under $2 per thousand again, because it's like $2.15.
Paul?
So my third role in volunteering for the town is to be a member of the Capital Improvement Committee. Buzz Kenny, who is also sitting there with me, is also. This is a bit of a surprise, so I have to say I'm kind of disappointed that it's handled this way, because the way it's supposed to work is that the department heads come to the Capital Improvement Committee and lay out what they're going to need, and then as a committee we work through to what that all adds up to. Don is the driver of that, so I think I'm not questioning his calculations, but I'm concerned that I'm sorry. So I'm actually going to ask you to vote against this amendment, because we talked about that there's a line in the item for a new ladder truck in 15 years, and we had $1 million in there, and I think I'm getting the numbers right. Now it's $1.5 million. I think if you want to do this, you can, but I think you need to understand that this is not avoiding spending money, it's just delaying it. You're going to see a big bump in future years.
Vote.
Yep, I'm all for this amendment. And people look around here a little bit and see what's going on. We got a road agent here that says we need a rubber-tired excavator. Well, I want to tell you one thing about a rubber tire excavator. He says it's going to work like a grader. A grader will do a lot more than that rubber tire excavator, but I'm all for the rubber-tired excavator if you guys will run the sewer up to the lake. You know, if you use this the right way, it will work good. But for us to own it, just for it to sit over there to say, look at this, we got a rubber-tired excavator. Well, this is all wrong for us to be throwing money away like this. As far as the fire department goes, I'm not going to say anything about their part on the $100,000, cutting that down, because we know they can spend any amount of money you want to give them and have no problem with it. But the road part, the road agent is way overspending, and that $360,000 you show up there for asphalt. Now, come on, we don't even bid on that anymore. We give it to the outfit without bidding on now, and that's way over proportion. That $360,000 could be cut right in half. Not unless he wants to go out and buy a paver instead of a rubber-tired excavator. Buy a paver and buy a roller, all fine. But to buy an excavator that's just going to say, look at this, we own an excavator. I don't get along with that at all.
Okay, you ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay. This is on the amendment to Article 14. There's a motion to close debate by Paul Regan and seconded by Brittany. And all those in favor of closing debate on the amendment to Article 14 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Now we're voting on the amendment. And the amendment, I'm not sure I can read Don's writing, but it's going to change the sum on Article 14 from $405,000 to $325,000. And the change is going to be from fire equipment, changing that from $100,000 to $80,000, and changing highway equipment from $160,000 to $100,000. Everybody understand that? So if you vote yes, you'll be adopting that amendment. If you vote no, you'll be opposed to that, and we'll just go back to the original article. So all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, and you've adopted the amendment. We're back to the original article. Is there any discussion on the article? If not, it's a motion to close debate. Betty Seeler moves to close debate. And yeah, Nancy, that's it. Nancy Dornan seconds it. All those in favor of closing debate on Article 14 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. You've closed debate on Article 14. You're voting on the article just as it appears in your warrant. If you vote yes. Oh, sorry. I told you I screw up and it's getting late. It's past my bedtime. So we're voting on Article 14 as amended. No, we voted on the amendment. Now we're voting on the article as amended.
Yes.
Okay, so all those in favor of Article 14 as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. You've adopted the provisions of Article 14 as you agreed to amend it. Article 15, to see if the town will modify the veterans tax credit in accordance with RSA 7228-2 from its current tax credit of $500 per year to $750 per year. Moved by Selectman Brown and seconded by Rob Glassett. And you want to speak to that? Thank you.
Brought this forward at the request of one of our taxpayers. You may remember we voted on this last year. That was only because there was a legislative change that required us to reauthorize the veterans' credits. So we didn't change that last year, we had to reauthorize it. What this will do, it will, to keep it as simple as possible, this will increase, if we give all our veterans a $750 credit, right now, for the sake of simplicity, they all get $500. That will increase our number. We won't have exactly the same veterans every year, of course, but that will increase the cost by $37,250 as we move forwards. And of course, that means all of the rest of, a credit means the rest of us cover that cost in our taxes. It doesn't change the budget. We just give some people a credit, the rest of us pay for that. The history of this is it used to be you could have veterans, what they call the regular veterans and all veterans as a separate number. Now the DRA says those have to be the same. Let's go back in time a little bit. 1990, the regular veterans credit here was $100. 2004, it was $300. 2005, it was $500. So that number for your regular veterans hasn't changed since 2005. We voted in all veterans in 2017 also at $500, and in 2023, as I said, we readopted both of those at $500. So right now, all of our veterans get $500. If you vote to approve this for our veterans to now get $750 credit, it will cost, as a credit, it will cost us all $37,250. And I think that's probably pretty self-explanatory.
You want me to talk to you?
Yep, go ahead.
I can do that. I just can't believe you're even doing anything like this. I don't know why we're not voting for them to get their $750. They're well worth it. They've been here. Most of them are probably, I would say, natives. I just can't even believe you're even asking for this. Why don't we just vote them for it and get this to another part here?
Yeah, hold on. I take that as a motion to close debate. Is there a second?
Second. Jackie Glassett.
Excuse me?
Jackie Glassett.
Jackie Glassett. And so we have a motion to close debate. This is on Article 15. All those in favor of closing debate signify by saying aye. Aye. And all opposed say nay. You've closed debate on Article 15. If you vote yes on this article, you'll be voting to adopt the provisions just as they appear in your warrant. If you vote no, you'll be opposed to changing the veteran credit. All those in favor of Article 15 signify by saying aye. Aye. And all those opposed say nay. You've adopted the provisions of Article 15 as they appear in the warrant. Yeah.
Linda Phillips, Crescent Street. Has there been any attempt by our local reps to propose that the state reimburse local municipalities to subsidize veterans' benefits? We pay to the state as well, not just locally, and they get a lot of money from us. And we should propose a bill, legislation, that they replace that money, especially if it's a small town like we have. Has that been proposed yet? No? So can I just say,
I would suggest
let's go for it.
I would suggest talking to your legislator right there.
They both have good hearing. They heard me.
Yeah.
But thank you for the question.
The answer is no. How's that, I guess? They teach us in the legislature.
If you want to speak, you need to speak.
We can certainly do that in the future, but as of right now, there's nothing that I know of, and John's shaking his head no also, that's on in the future to do that. But certainly you can propose that to John or myself to pass in the future.
Good luck getting money from the state. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to adopt the Bristol Community Power Plan, to authorize the Bristol Select Board to implement the plan and to take all action in furtherance thereof pursuant to RSA 53E. The Bristol Community Power Plan is an opt-out program that offers more flexible electricity procurement. The plan will initially provide lower electricity rates for residents, or it will not launch. Initial participation in the plan can be declined, after which enrollment becomes voluntary. Tax impact, none. Recommended by the selectmen. And is there a motion?
Mr. Moderator, did we take a vote on Article 15 yet, or just it was the... No, we voted.
We voted.
Okay, sorry, went right by me.
I didn't think I was that lost. Okay, Article 16 has been moved by Selectman Legue, seconded by Selectman Sandergan. And would you like to speak to it?
No, sir, I'm allowing Paul Bemis.
Thank you. Paul Bemis, Chair of the Energy Committee here in Bristol. This is a community power program. This is the opportunity for us essentially to put all our purchasing power of electricity together across multiple towns in New Hampshire to drive down the cost of electricity. And by using purchasing power, you can think of it pretty much as a Costco or BJ's kind of arrangement where we team with other towns in New Hampshire to collectively negotiate for lower rates. That's the primary focus. The follow-on is also services, extra services that may include things like battery storage or time-varying rates where you pay less in the evening for electricity than you do during the day. We are in this town predominantly Eversource. That is a monopolistic supplier of electricity. We don't really have much choice. And this would give us an opportunity to have more influence over that situation by allowing us to participate with other towns collectively in the negotiation of cost of electricity and services.
Yes. Chris.
My name is Cheryl Sizeski. I live on River Road. I strongly recommend that citizens vote this year to reject and to not adopt the Bristol Community Power Plan. Here's why. I did a lot of research, and I kept hitting one red flag after another. I read the New Hampshire law, RSA 53E, aggregation of electric customers by municipalities and counties. That law requires that the town create an energy aggregation committee who will do research and write the town's energy aggregation plan, hold a minimum of 2 public hearings for the purpose of getting input from town citizens, and then bring the plan to town meeting for a vote, which is what we're facing today. I attended the 2 information meetings, the one in November and the one in February, and I can tell you that these were informational slideshows about the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. They were not the public hearings as required by New Hampshire law. I can also tell you that there was only a handful of people that attended these sessions. A public hearing has the specific purpose of gathering input from citizens. An energy aggregation plan for the town of Bristol did not exist and was not made public until weeks after the last meeting in February. Consequently, it was impossible for there to have been a public hearing for public input on Bristol's energy aggregation plan. Bristol citizens have a right to have adequate time to read and to study this plan, and we have a right to provide input. At the end of the February meeting, I had requested that the energy aggregation plan for the town of Bristol be posted on the Bristol website. I was told that it would be posted the next day. I can tell you that it was not posted in the following days or weeks. I frequently check the town website. I didn't see the plan posted until yesterday. Page 3 of Bristol's Energy Aggregation Plan states, and I quote, "The Community Power Plan was developed by the Community Power Committee, nominated as an official town committee by the Select Board on June 3rd, 2021, with due input from the public as required under RSA 53E. Public hearings were held on November 16, 2023, and February 20, 2024, end of quote. There were no public hearings. A slideshow is not a public hearing. Also, under New Hampshire's right to know law, the minutes of any public hearing must be available to the public. There are no minutes posted for either the meetings that the Energy Committee is claiming were public hearings. Bristol does not have a Community Power Committee. There is no listing on the town website for a Community Power Committee. There are no posted agendas or minutes for such a committee. Bristol only has an Energy Committee. The website for the Bristol Energy Committee states, and I quote, "The Bristol Energy Committee is focused on reducing the cost and energy consumption of the town facilities and improving homeowner energy efficiency. Because the committee is made up of volunteers with limited resources, the primary focus for the near future will be on improving the energy efficiency of town-owned and/or operated facilities." There's no mention of community power, nor working on the creation of an energy aggregation plan for Bristol. I thought, why didn't Bristol's Energy Committee create a subcommittee? And in fact, this is the direction that Enfield went. This is from Enfield's Energy Aggregation Plan, and I'm just saying short parts of it. So this is Enfield did. Members of the Enfield Energy Committee began attending meetings. They brought the information to the Select Board and Town Manager. The Select Board recommended the formation of the subcommittee. This became the Enfield Community Power Committee, a subcommittee of the Enfield Energy Committee. Why didn't Bristol follow the law and create a dedicated committee? Bristol has not created any dedicated committee tasked with a mission to investigate community power aggregation for the town or to write an energy aggregation plan for the town as is required by law. I also went to the website of the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. On their website, there are electric aggregation plans for 9 towns. Of those 9 plans, 8 have been modified after they had already been approved at a town meeting. In each case, an additional 15 to 20 pages have been added to each plan. Changes were made by their Select Board, by the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, and added without any additional town meeting approvals. The newer plan can be found on the website of each town. This suggests that these plans are being written up very quickly and without appropriate and necessary oversight. After reading several, you will realize that all these energy aggregation plans sound very much the same, which suggests that they are being written using boilerplate template language and likely being rushed through the process. Why? Which raises another question. Is anyone overseeing these plans to ensure that they meet the requirements of the law and are written to address the specific needs of our town citizens? Buyer beware. The energy aggregation plan you vote for, if approved today, will very likely not be the plan that Bristol ends up with, and you will have no control. Thank you for the time. Please vote no on this article. Let Bristol have another year to work on improving this plan. get a better handle on the requirements of the law, and come back to us with a better plan next year. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak on the plan? Jamie?
Yes. James Robinson, 245 Crescent Street. Years ago, many years ago now, the town was approached about a streetlight benefit plan of getting away from Eversource and essentially taking care of our own streetlights, replacing and demanding Eversource to pay us, and it happened. It wasn't. It didn't work out well, and we ended up going back to Eversource, and they are now maintaining the streetlights. This is it's wonderfully worded. It sounds great. You're going to save money. At the end of the day, I don't believe you're going to save money. There's a lot of parts on an electric bill, which I'm sure you all understand your electric bill clearly. There's about 3 pages with all kinds of numbers on it. The overall savings would come at I believe, at a per kilowatt rate hour. There are no other savings to be had. And you can see the end listing here of reduced greenhouse gas emissions. That has a lot of underlying, to me, it would have a lot of underlying pretty much red flags in a very costly avenue as far as trying to get away from fossil fuels. And I'm not saying we have to get away from them or stay with them. I'm just saying that I believe if we approached, if we went down this road, we're going to end up backtracking. Thank you.
Are you against it or for it?
Yes, Bo.
Good or not?
Okay, Paul.
Just a couple of clarifications. The Bristol Community Power Program is the Bristol, it's one and on the same. It was approved by the Select Board a couple of years ago to create the Community Power Program, Community Power Plan. Committee, we have been meeting monthly on this and talking about this for, I think, 2 years now, working on this, following it fairly closely. It is a generation only. It is the generation portion. It is the dollar per kilowatt hour of cost that would come down. It would be lower than you have for Eversource. It is assured that it will always be lower. If you don't want to be part of the program, you can just opt out of it at any time you like, and then the following month opt back into it. There is no downside risk of this program, and it has been adopted by 35 towns in our state already, and more are coming. This is an opportunity for us to gain some leverage over the monopolistic electricity suppliers in our state, Eversource being the primary one for us. Thank you.
Paul, if you'd say for a minute. Sure. I think I'm pretty clear on this, but for those that aren't in the audience, if we vote this through and we become part of this, can you explain exactly, so everyone in town automatically becomes part of this, and you get a letter, and then you can say, no, I don't want to,
That is correct.
Is that not right?
That is correct. So the process is that if you vote yes today, then we work with the Select Board on the implementation process. And when we are collectively ready to implement, letters will be sent to you. You will automatically be part of the program, but you'll have the opportunity to opt out.
Okay. And as a follow-up, that's Eversource only?
Eversource only in this plan, yes. If you're a co-op customer, you'll have the opportunity to participate on your own, in or out, but it is for primarily Eversource in our geography.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. I'm not going to get up. Will they give us a letter with costs on there?
Yes. Yes, you will be identified the cost. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Cheryl.
Cheryl Sosetsky, River Road. My concern is the lack of transparency the fact that the law wasn't followed, public hearings were not held as required by law and by just our rights as citizens here. There's no need to rush this plan through. There's no reason why it has to be approved this year. It can be approved next year after we've had the chance for public input, real public hearings and real public input. If you're concerned about missing out on energy savings, Eversource has already lowered their price or their cost to us, likely based on their seeing what different towns are doing. But you're going to benefit from those price reductions. It's not like Eversource is charging the people who are not involved with this aggregation plan one price and everyone else another price. That the cost reductions come to you whether you're in this plan or not in the plan.
Okay. Carol?
Carol Huber, Summer Street. We don't have to sign up for this as a whole town. There's a number of companies, and I've been on one for a number of years, and it's Engie, E-N-G-I-E. They contacted me, and they deliver what I use for electricity. Eversource still bills me, and their line item is on there. And I might save 75 cents to $1.25 a month, but it's still a savings. But we don't have to do this as a town. There's a bunch of companies out there that you can contact, you can get a cheaper rate. And they just deliver your, we pay Eversource for their lines. They just deliver the might be 1%, penny and a half, 2 cents less. I don't remember exactly the amount. Might be 0.75%, but you can do it with other companies.
Okay.
Jason Rich, Oakcrest Road. On the article, it says initially there would be reduced rates or it wouldn't happen. What happens after the initial rates? And you had just stated that we would see rate variations and that it would be way down the road. Am I correct? That the savings would be.
So 2 questions. It won't go into effect unless the rates are lower than your default rate on Eversource. So it'll be lower. Rates are established every 6 months. So it would always be lower, but may overlap a little bit because of the way rates are set differently from one company to another. The goal is always to be below the prevailing Eversource rate. Okay? With respect to services, the cost is one component, services are other. If you do go with a broker such as Direct Energy or some of these others mentioned, you don't get any other services but just low cost. With this program, the opportunity is to get time varying rates at some point in the near future, we hope, to get better net metering rates, to get possible local battery storage for our homes. There's a lot of opportunity here that comes secondary to participation in the program beyond just rates. I defined it as a Costco kind of model. That's a little oversimplification because there's an awful lot of services that come with it that we will be able to take advantage of as citizens.
Thank you. Okay. My second question is, after hearing this lady on River Road and hearing seeing this article and seeing what the board is proposing to the residents here, I'm kind of shocked that this proposal would actually come up, hearing that there's been a violation of New Hampshire law and that there have not been appropriate meetings regarding the public. So how can you actually sit down there and tell us that there's been awareness to this program and speak on it and defend it when obviously we have not followed protocol?
Okay, thank you. Does somebody on the board want to address that?
Yes. I'm going to address that, Ansby. Yeah. So first of all, there's no actual requirement that the public, could you word that? Okay. Okay, so the public hearing does not have to be specific, and they can be slideshows.
You got to hear from the public.
Yeah. And they were posted, yeah. So speaking for myself, so speaking for the board, I can say that we followed what we believe to be the correct procedure in bringing this to the public. I'm going to speak for myself for a moment. And first of all, thank you to Paul for all the work he and the Energy Committee have put into this. Because a lot of people don't see that. They see Paul just come up here and talk, and he puts countless hours into this ahead of time. When this was originally brought to us, I felt that it would be remiss for us not to bring this to the taxpayers. So as you just said, for us to sit up here and support this, I'm not necessarily supporting this, this as to vote for it, to approve this. What I supported was to bring this to the taxpayers and let you folks make the decisions for yourself. Myself, I'm on co-op. This doesn't even affect me. But what I would encourage you to do as a taxpayer, if you're on Eversource and you've done your research on this topic and you feel that it will benefit your household, by all means, vote in favor for it. Other than that, if you don't feel that you're educated on the topic, I'm not sure what to tell you there. You can kind of make your own decision. But for myself, I wanted to hear from all of you before I make a decision on this. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Mr. Miller? Yeah, John Miller, Castleland. The question for me is really, how often does the plan get updated? Right, because it seems like there's definitely some concern around who's had input and how much input we've had and whatnot. Is it something that gets updated yearly, every 5, like just sort of what's that process?
Paul, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, the plan is updated periodically with rate changes, so it's got to go as quick as the rate change. So the rates are in it, so it has to be updated as quickly as that. Generally, that's every 6 months. It's updated and reviewed by the select board. Voting yesterday gives the select board the opportunity to work with the Energy Committee and the Bristol Community Power Committee, which is essentially one and the same. We're a volunteer organization, so there's only 4 of us. Yeah, we work with them to do the implementation. They oversee it, and the business plan would be up and online and at all times.
Awesome, thank you.
Cheryl?
Yeah, Cheryl
We're
Sazetsky.
starting to hear from the same people over and over again.
Cheryl Sazetsky, River Road. Well, regarding the changing of the plans, I want to remind you that on the website of the Community Power in New Hampshire, the 9 plans that have already been, that are active, the communities that are active, those plans that are posted on their website differ from the plans that are on the website of the individual towns. There's been an additional, as I mentioned before, 15 to 20 pages of changes on each of those 8 of the 9 plans. So there are, after you vote, if you approve this plan, it's going to be changed. And by the select board in these other towns, by the Community Power program of New Hampshire, and the subsequent changes don't go through the town approval, town meeting. So you lose control. Regarding the law, I did bring a copy of the law, but you can also look it up on your smartphone if you have it. You can search NHRSA 53E, and under section E6, which is the electric aggregation plan, there are several steps. The last step says, the committee shall solicit public input in the planning process and shall hold public hearings. Under state law, a hearing has a specific definition. It's for the purpose of allowing the public to speak and offer input. It's not a meeting. It is not a slideshow. We were not offered the opportunity to have a hearing because we couldn't comment on the plan because the plan was not available in November and the plan was not available to the public on February 20th, which was the last slideshow. So, again, I strongly advocate that we vote this down this year. They can come back next year and after they've had hearings and had the input, revise the plan according to what the people in Bristol want. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussions or motion to close the debate? Do we need to do that? No. Okay, that's good. Yeah, Richard Gavalas moved to close debate and second by Jeff Ford up there. All those in favor of closing debate on Article 16 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. We're now voting on the article. This is Article 16 as it appears in your warrant. And I won't bother reading it as long as you understand that if you vote yes, you'll be voting to adopt the provisions of Article 16 just as they appear in your warrant. If you vote no, you'll be voting in opposition to that. All those in favor of Article 16 signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Yeah, I think there are more nays, but I'm not sure. So I want to be sure. I think I should be sure. So what I'm going to do is get my supervisors up here. Some people are just louder than other people too. So Wendy, you're going to count everybody from that aisle over, plus this table. Gail, you are going to count everybody in the middle. And Martha, you're going to include everybody from that aisle over, plus this table. Okay? Everybody got that? And what we're going to do is just do a show of hands. Okay, so all those in favor of Article 16, please raise your hand and keep it raised, so make sure we get you counted. How many, Wendy? And, okay, those who are voting no, please raise your hand. Okay, there being 46 voting yes in the affirmative and 36 voting no, the article has been adopted. Which brings us to Article 17. I know you're impatient to get out of here, but just hold on, just because we have a couple of things we'd like to do before we end.
Regarding Article 17?
Yeah, Article 17. Article 17, to transact any other business that may legally come before the meeting.
Mr. Moderator, may I speak?
You may.
I just, when we started the meeting today, and as we're an aging community, as we all know, and so many of us are passing away, there's probably not enough space to put people's names in the minutes and on the warrant article. And I think we were remiss by not mentioning Bob Huber. And I just want to make sure his name gets in the minutes.
Mr. Mr. Miller?
Yes, so John Miller, I'm the chair of the planning board, Castle Lane. I really wanted to put a plug out for volunteering for the planning board. If I'm listening to everybody today and the concerns we have about tax rate and where all of our money is being spent, it really comes back to our ability to plan as a community. The planning board's primary responsibility is a master plan. If you take a look at page 92 when you get home and you have trouble sleeping, definitely take a quick read. But the bottom line is the primary job of the planning board is to engage in and develop the master plan of the community. Right now, we're in the middle of doing land use. Land use is the thing that governs zoning. So there was a comment about housing. There's a study that says we need 217 new housing pieces for Bristol, 75 of which need to be rentals. You know, the primary spot for workforce housing, where does that go? Where do we want to make sure we have sidewalks? How do we want to do business development, right? Like, if we all want our tax rates to come down, we need a healthy business community. Where does that go, right? So there's all kinds of discussion of, does the industrial spot where we have over near Hannaford's, is that big enough? Do we need to do something different on the river? Do we need to change where we potentially have some residential over on the other side of Bristol towards New Hampton, right? It's a discussion of that group and that planning process. So we've got contractors in, we've been really whittling away at it. I mean, a lot of what goes into it comes back to the community survey that you all have answered, right? We use that to try to guide us, but there's a whole practical side to it. So anybody that's interested, please, sign up for it, come to one of our meetings. Betty, who's been on the planning board for, I think about 30 years, actually. She's just stepping down from the planning board. So I also want to take a minute and say thank you to Betty for all that she's done for the planning board.
Okay. Thank you. Les?
Quickly. Very quickly. One, thank you all for sticking in there. This has been a long day. Want to just make mention of Sean's leaving us on the select board and to just thank him for his service, another 3 years he's given. And we're very appreciative and we will miss him. And to welcome Don Milbrand. And then I think we all deserve a celebration now as a community. So next Saturday night, the Spring Fling at the Historic Town Hall with Club Soda Band. The Homestead will be there with their refreshments and we'll have some snacks. So hope you can all make it. And it's a donation only.
Sue?
Susan Colby, High Street. I just want to comment on when they talked about the welfare percentage that was spent and how savings were in large part due to like people being referred to other agencies. I also want to say I think a large part of the savings or the money not spent in the welfare department is because of the services that we're able to provide through Bristol Community Services. And we're able to do that because of the support we get from all of these residents here year-round and our summer residents. So I just want to publicly thank the town for your continued support and also encourage you to stop in and shop if you haven't. Thank you.
Couple things. If you haven't already, I think they probably still have their refreshments down there and you could get something to eat. They're gone? Oh, sorry. I do still have the umbrella if somebody wants an umbrella.
You can buy lunch for us.
Yeah. And I'm going to give the $20. I'll find a way to get the $20 to them because nobody claimed the $20. And you were all great today. This was such a respectful, great meeting, and I really appreciate everybody, first of all, taking the time to come here today to do the business. And I really appreciate that. Everybody was great. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. Anybody who was elected to office needs to come down and be sworn in for the upcoming year. Motion to adjourn.